Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into what will happen if Konrad was to return. Before we get to madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. And I thank you guys for the support. I've been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
The Saint of Censure crossed the dark by inches. No sane captain attempted long passage through the Imperium Nihilus. The Astronomicon was a dying rumour beyond the Great Rift, glimpsed by navigators as a corpse light drowning beneath oceans of blood. The old roads through the Empyrean had twisted into labyrinths. Systems once separated by weeks of travel now stood years apart, while worlds divided by sectors emerged upon one another's borders like diseased organs forced together in a surgeon's basin. And so the reliquary ship crawled. It entered the warp, endured what it could, and fled back into reality before its Geller field failed. Each translation stripped something from it. The first took 13 ratings, who vanished from their bunks without disturbing the blankets. The second left the lower engineerium, speaking with the voices of dead children until the priesthood flooded the compartment with plasma exhaust. During the third, every chronometer aboard counted backwards, while the astropathic choir screamed a single name none of them remembered after waking. The fourth translation cracked the outer hull. By the seventh, the vessel's master no longer permitted the crew to record the number of passages. Fear prospered when given a tally. The Saint of Censure emerged beneath a dead sun, its armored prow wreathed in warp frost. Ice covered the gun decks in branching veins. Vapor rolled from ruptured seams. The ship's cathedral bells tolled without command, their iron voices shuddering through kilometers of corridors, lined with reliquaries, ossuaries, and sealed confessionals. Deep within the vessel, beneath bulkheads layered in hexagrammic wards, lay the reason thousands had died to bring it this far. Fragments of midnight blue armor, blackened links of a Primarch's mantle, dried blood sealed beneath stasis glass, a section of cranial bone recovered from the ruins of Tsagwalsa, and entombed within are the images were incomplete. A pale giant seated in darkness, a blade descending, a female assassin's face glimpsed through distortion, blood upon stone, a smile that might have been contempt or relief. The Inquisition had spent centuries gathering the relics from private collections, forbidden vaults and battlefields, whose names had been burned from imperial record. Men had killed worlds to possess less. Lord Inquisitor Halbrecht Wehr stood upon the Strategium dais as the void cleared beyond the oculus. He was old enough that little flesh remained visible beneath his robes. Brass respirator tubes entered his throat. One eye was a polished ruby lens. His left hand had been replaced by an augmetic, fashioned in the shape of an eagle's talon, each metal claw engraved with a catechism of purity. "Report," he commanded. The shipmaster bowed over his lectern. Translation complete. Primary drives answering at 63%. Void shields rising. Escort group intact. Navigator? Alive. That was not my question. The shipmaster hesitated, lucid enough to guide us. Wehr watched the tactical hololith assemble itself above the Strategium floor. 5 escort vessels formed around the Saint of Censure, 2 sword-class frigates, a pair of armed pilgrim transports, and the defense monitor Unbroken Vigil. Their signals glowed green in the murk. Beyond them, nothing. No inhabited world, no friendly beacon, no light except the diseased radiance of the dead star. The first distress signal arrived moments later. It came in broken High Gothic, layered beneath screaming static. Imperial vessel, drive failure, survivors aboard, requesting sanctuary in the Emperor's name. The shipmaster looked towards Wehr. The Inquisitor's ruby eye contracted. Authentication? Obsolete naval recognition code, said the signals officer. Valid. Segmentum registry identifies the vessel as the Martyr of Heliad, lost during the opening of the Great Rift. Location? A new rune appeared at the edge of the display, then another, Then 6 more. Freighters emerged from the darkness, tumbling without formation. Their hulls were burned and scarred. One vented atmosphere in a white plume. Another rotated slowly, revealing an Imperial aquila painted across its cargo spine. Thousands of life signs crowded their decks. The distressed traffic became a chorus. Help us. Reactor failing. Children aboard. By the throne. Answer. Something followed us. Vare stared at the runes. Order the escorts to hold formation. The words had scarcely left his vox grill when the unbroken vigil broke away. Its captain transmitted an apology wrapped in duty. There were Imperial lives at risk. The Monitor possessed sufficient guns to investigate without compromising the reliquary vessel's defense. Vare's augmetic talons carved grooves into the lectern. Recall them. The signals officer worked his console. They acknowledge, Lord. The Monitor continued towards the drifting ships. One of the sword frigates followed. The freighters exploded, not with the uncontrolled violence of reactor death, but in sequence. Cargo holds opened like iron flowers. Clouds of scrap, mines, and dormant attack craft spilled across the void. Engines hidden beneath false hull plating ignited. The closest freighter accelerated directly into the unbroken vigil. Its collision crushed both ships together. Mines bloomed around the wreckage. The sword frigate vanished beneath a chain of white detonations. "Contact!" shouted the augur officer. "Enemy vessel emerging astern!" The Mercy's shadow came out of the storm without translation flare. It had been hiding inside the drifting corpse of a mass conveyor, its strike cruiser hull wrapped in scavenged plating, thermal baffles, and the frozen bodies of the freighter's murdered crew. As explosive bolts hurled the disguise away, the ship revealed itself in midnight blue and iron. Lightning marked its flanks. Skulls hung in chains along its armored prow. Its batteries remained silent. It did not need to duel. Boarding torpedoes were already in flight. Karen Val watched the Imperial formation die by confusion. He stood upon the bridge of the Mercy's shadow, one gauntlet resting upon the pommel of a chain blade older than most Loyalist chapters. His warplate was a patchwork of ages, a Mark IV breastplate, greaves taken from a dead Imperial fist, a left pauldron whose original heraldry had been scraped away and replaced by the winged skull of the 8th Legion. The bridge crew labored in darkness. Mortal slaves crouched before consoles built for larger hands. Servitors whispered firing solutions through lipless mouths. Red lumen strips pulsed in time with the ship's reactor. "They have seen us," said Brother Serevan. Karen's helm lenses regarded the tactical display. "No," he replied. "They have seen where we permitted them to look." The first torpedo struck the reliquary ship's observation cathedral. Its adamantium nose punched through stained armor glass, depicting the Emperor's ascension. Saints shattered. Angels broke apart in glittering clouds. The torpedo buried itself halfway through the nave before explosive bolts blew open its assault doors. Night raptors came through the smoke. Their jump packs screamed in the cathedral's enclosed vault, hurling them from pillar to pillar. Hooked boots struck marble. Chainswords ignited. Vox-amplified laughter rolled beneath the painted gaze of Imperial martyrs. Naval armsmen formed firing ranks around the altar. "Present!" Laser guns rose. "Fire!" Red beams slashed through incense and debris. They struck ceramite, burning black furrows across midnight plate. One raptor staggered, the others descended. Bolters spoke. The first shell entered an armsman's chest, bored through flak armor and detonated beneath his sternum. His torso burst outward. Ribs, lungs, and torn uniforms struck the men behind him. A second round removed a head in a spinning mist of teeth and brain matter. A third punched through 2 bodies before bursting inside the abdomen of a rating sheltering behind them. The formation ceased to exist. The raptors entered the survivors with chain blades. Motorized teeth struck shoulder bones and shrieked. Flesh wound around the chain housings. One weapon stalled halfway through a man's pelvis, its wielder wrenching it free in a spray of bowel and shattered hip. Another raptor caught an officer by the jaw and lifted him from the floor, squeezing until the lower half of the man's face tore away. Not all were killed. Those who fled were allowed to run. A rating stumbled through a side arch, with one arm hanging by strips of muscle. Another crawled after him, leaving loops of intestine across the polished stone. Their screams traveled into the ship's corridors. Before them, fear required witnesses. Karen entered the cathedral after the killing had ended. Nerral Quist followed 3 paces behind. The mortal artificer wore a rebreather, a tool harness, and a long coat stiff with machine oil. He kept his eyes lowered, though that did little to hide the dead. Blood reflected the emergency lumens. Fragments of men slid beneath his boots. Somewhere beneath the wreckage, a wounded armsman prayed through a punctured lung. Karen walked past him. The prayer stopped. Nerral did not look back. Instead, he studied the torpedo's breech collar, the cathedral's atmospheric regulators, and the remains of the defense turrets concealed inside devotional statuary. "Salvageable?" Karen asked. "The regulators, Lord. 3 turret spirits may be recoverable. The armor glass is worthless." "Mark them." Nerral entered the designations into his slate. Ahead, raptors dragged bodies onto broken pews and drove iron spikes through wrists, ankles, and throats. They worked quickly. The corpses were not trophies. They were directions. Every mutilated face stared towards the ship's depths. "Their armory lies starboard," Nerral said. Karen ignored him. "The vault is below. They will fortify it. They already have." A terrified crewman appeared at the end of the corridor. He saw Kieran and froze. The Night Lord raised his bolter. The ammunition counter glowed within his visor. He lowered the weapon. "Run," he said. The crewman ran. Nerral watched him vanish around the bend. The Night Lords followed at walking pace. The man's screams warned every defender ahead that something worse than death was coming. Bulkhead doors slammed. Boots thundered. Orders dissolved into frightened shouting. Karen spent no shells. The reliquary vault stood behind 7 armored gates. 6 had already been opened from within. At the 7th, Kieran found bodies. Inquisitorial stormtroopers lay across the passage, their carapace armor split by bolter fire. Their helmets had been removed after death. Each face bore the same expression of astonished terror. A figure stood before the sealed vault. Decimus wore midnight plate beneath a cloak of flayed skin. Red gauntlets rested upon the pommels of paired blades. His helm was crowned by swept wings, and the skull face beneath them had been painted with fresh blood. Karen stopped. "You entered before us. I entered before you decided to come. You knew this vessel's course. I dreamed of it." Decimus turned towards the door. "For 30 years I have watched this chamber. I have seen the blood, the bone, the last images of our father's life. I have seen your hand upon that seal." Karen approached him. "And after?" Silence. Karen studied the prophet. "After?" he repeated. "I have seen nothing." The words emerged without grandeur, without certainty. For the first time since Nerral had entered the prophet's presence, Decimus sounded afraid. A warning rune flared across Kieran's visor. The deck shook. Something immense struck the far side of the passage. The wall exploded inward. The Contemptor-patterned dreadnought came through dust and torn plasteel, with its atomantic reactor blazing beneath a white cuirass. Its heraldry showed a black tower beneath a haloed blade. One arm ended in a Keris-pattern assault cannon. The other bore a power fist large enough to crush an armored warrior into paste. "Traitors," it said. Its voice was the grinding of a tomb door. "By the oath of the penumbral wardens, you advance no further." The assault cannon rotated. Karen moved before it fired. Shells filled the passage. One Night Lord came apart at the waist. Another lost his helm and most of his skull. The raptors scattered into maintenance alcoves as explosive rounds chewed the corridor into a storm of fragments. They could not defeat it in open battle. Karen did not try. Coolant conduits, he voxed. Neril stared at the pipework running above the dreadnought. There, Lord. Blue markings. A raptor fired a plasma pistol into the ceiling. The conduits ruptured. Supercooled vapor poured across the passage, frosting the dreadnought's optics and turning the blood beneath its feet to red ice. It fired blind. Karen's warriors dragged corpses into a pile and ignited them with promethium. Fat burned black. Smoke thickened, clinging to sensor housings and feeding false thermal ghosts into the ancient warriors' targeting arrays. The dreadnought advanced through the flames. Its fist caught a raptor and closed. Ceramite buckled. The warrior burst inside his armor, blood jetting from the joints. Now, Kieran said. Melter charges detonated beneath the deck. The floor collapsed. The Contemptor fell into the machinery vault below, striking hard enough to rupture its knee assemblies. Kieran leapt after it. Mercy's Shadow's warriors descended upon the crippled engine with chain fists, power axes and melter cutters. They removed the assault cannon first, then the fist. The dreadnought cursed them throughout. Kieran cut open the sarcophagus. Within lay what remained of Brother Castellan Odrin, a ruined torso suspended in amniotic fluid, his skin grey, his eyes alive with centuries of hatred. "You are carrion," Odrin whispered. Kieran drove his blade through the old warrior's mouth. "Then you should not have lain down before us." The reliquary vault opened beneath Decimus's hand. Cold light revealed the relics. No one spoke. Even the Night Lords fell silent before the remnants of the creature whose blood had made them. They carried the dead Primarch's remains home. Tsagualsa had no living son. Its ruins lay beneath a sky torn open by the Great Rift, black towers rising from plains of powdered glass. The old fortress of the Night Lords had been broken long ago, but its foundations remained, descending into caverns where the screams of the murdered seemed trapped within the stone. At the lowest level waited the resurrection chamber. Black stone pillars surrounded a slab of fused adamantium. Cables thicker than a man's torso entered the floor. Apostate magi chanted binary blasphemies, while Legion apothecaries prepared gene vats filled with stolen organs. Nostraman sorcerers stood within circles painted in blood and ash. None agreed upon what they were doing. Some spoke of recalling a soul from the warp. Others claimed they would rebuild flesh from the memory contained in blood. The Magi insisted identity was only information. The apothecaries called them all fools. The relics were placed within the chamber. Primarch blood entered the vats. Bone was set within a lattice of silver needles. The recordings began to play. A pale giant waited in darkness. A blade descended. The great rift convulsed. Every lumen burst. Kieran saw himself kneeling before the Emperor's throne, while golden hands tore his hearts from his chest. Neril saw a machine wearing his face. Raptors screamed and opened fire upon enemies only they could see. Bolter rounds struck pillars, sorcerers and brother legionaries. One warrior tore off his helm and clawed out his own eyes. Another forced a combat blade beneath his breastplate and opened his abdomen, laughing as his organs spilled across his thighs. Decimus remained standing. "Fate is changing," he said. Again, "Fate is changing." The blackstone pillars cracked. Something moved upon the slab. Restraints snapped. A naked giant rose from cables, blood and steam. He was emaciated beyond humanity, his skin corpse pale, his black hair hanging in wet ropes across his face. His fingers ended in broken nails. His eyes were pits in which madness had learned patience. The presiding sorcerer lifted his staff. "My lord, hear me. We have called you from—" The giant crossed the chamber. He caught the sorcerer by the throat and drove him into the floor. Stone broke. The giant's hand entered the man's chest beneath the ribs and tore upward. Heart, lungs and spine came free together. The body collapsed. The giant looked upon the gathered legion. He spoke names. Old Nostraman names. Names belonging to warriors dead for 10,000 years. Men who had burned with Nostramo. Men who had followed him into rebellion. Men no living archive remembered. A demon-tainted warlord fell to his knees. Horns curved from his helm. Tentacles moved beneath the seams of his armor. "Father," he breathed. The giant tilted his head. "Father?" He approached. "Look at you." His voice was soft enough to make the chamber listen. "My sons became thieves, carrion eaters, beggars squabbling over rusted blades." The warlord raised trembling hands. "We endured for you. You worship what I despised. We survived." "No." The giant drove his fingers through the warlord's face. Bone cracked beneath his grip. His thumbs entered the eye sockets. He pulled, tearing the skull apart between his hands. Brain matter and black blood struck the floor. Konrad Curze let the remains fall. Then he turned towards Decimus. The prophet did not kneel. Curze smiled. "I heard your dreams," he said, "before you were born. The court of midnight. The first message left Sagwalsa inside the skull of a dying astropath. He had been chained within the lower vaults of a captured pilgrim ship, his eye sockets sealed with black wax, his tongue removed to prevent him from speaking any name except the one forced into his mind. When the Night Lords released him into the Immaterium, he screamed without a mouth. Across the Imperium Nihilus, other psychers dreamed his death. They saw a pale giant rising from blood and broken machinery. They heard dead Nostraman names whispered through teeth blackened by grave soil. They watched a horned warlord fall upon his knees and call the giant father. Then they felt fingers entering their eyes. Some awoke blind. Some awoke speaking Nostraman. Some never woke at all. The message spread beyond astropathic choirs. Captured Imperial Vox networks began transmitting fragments of Forbidden Legion cant between hymns and emergency orders. Derelict beacons broadcast the winged skull of the 8th Legion. Traitor vessels found new coordinates written across their Auspex displays by systems that should not have possessed power. The words were never identical. The meaning was, the Night Haunter lived. The first warband reached Sagwalsa before the blood in the resurrection chamber had dried. Its strike cruiser arrived without challenge codes and launched boarding craft before entering orbit. The next force emerged from the warp, firing upon the first. A third remained at the system's edge, silent behind a screen of wreckage, waiting for the others to weaken one another. More followed. Some came to kneel, some came to steal the relics, some came to kill the thing wearing their Primarch's face before it could reduce them to obedience. The void above Sagwalsa became a graveyard of ancient ships. Strike cruisers with broken prows drifted beside raiders assembled from Imperial escorts. One vessel wore the crimson plates of the Red Corsairs beneath hastily painted midnight. Another had no identifiable hull beneath overlapping layers of bone, flayed skin, and corroded armor. They did not form a fleet. They circled one another like scavengers around a carcass. No captain trusted another. No warlord wished to be the first to descend. Konrad Curze did not acknowledge their arrival. He remained beneath the ruins, where Varial worked beneath the cold light of surgical lumens. The Primarch lay upon an adamantium slab that had once served as an execution altar. Restraint clamps stood open around his wrists and ankles. Varial had requested that they be closed. Curze had stared at him until the apothecary withdrew the request. Varial had dissected thousands of men. He had harvested progenoid glands beneath enemy fire. He had rebuilt warriors whose bodies had been reduced to bleeding fragments, sealed within ruined plate. He had opened the corpses of loyalists, traitors, mutants and xenos, learning from each with a patience that others mistook for cruelty. Before Curze, that knowledge felt childish. The Primarch possessed organs for which Varial had no name. Some resembled structures known from fragmentary Legion archives. Others appeared to serve functions no apothecary had ever documented. A secondary circulatory lattice pulsed beneath the primary veins. Black nodules nested behind the lungs, filtering toxins before they entered the blood. Layers of muscle crossed one another in patterns that seemed inefficient until Curze moved and the tissue contracted with impossible strength. Varial guided a gene probe into a sample of the Primarch's blood. The machine chimed. He checked the result again, then a third time. Curze opened his eyes. You distrust your instruments. I distrust everything, Lord. That is not the same as wisdom. Varial withdrew the probe. Your genetic sequence corresponds with the most ancient samples held in the Legion archives. Every viable marker is present. Every deviation appears consistent with degradation in those records rather than alteration in you. You sought an imposter. I sought evidence. You sought permission to doubt. Varial did not answer. He moved to the Primarch's exposed abdomen, where a wound cut during the resurrection ritual had already closed. Only a pale seam remained. Varial pressed 2 fingers against the skin, measuring the tissue's density. The regenerative rate exceeds that of an Astartes, he said. It exceeds every recorded Primarch specimen available to me. Available to you? Curze smiled without warmth. A scavenger's qualification. I work with what survives. No, you work with what you can take. Varial's expression remained hidden behind his skull-faced helm. There is another test. Curze's hand closed around his wrist. The movement was too swift for Varial's auto-senses to mark. One instant, he held the instrument. The next, his arm was trapped within fingers capable of breaking ceramite. What test? Cranial penetration, a cortical sample. Curze sat upright. His naked body was thin enough for ribs to show beneath corpse-pale skin, yet the chamber seemed to contract around him. Varial felt the pressure through his armor. It was not psychic. It was the animal certainty that he occupied a room with something designed to kill him. You would bore into my skull, Curze said, to know what returned. And when you knew, I would decide what the knowledge meant. Curze released him. Knowledge without courage is only another variety of cowardice. You cut open what cannot resist you, then name the act understanding. Varial lowered the drill. Am I forbidden? You are warned. Curze left the slab. Varial watched him walk into the darkness. The tests were complete. He recorded no final conclusion. Neril Quist worked 3 levels above the resurrection chamber, where the surviving fragments of the nightmare mantle had been laid across a forge table. They did not resemble armor. They resembled remains. A ribbed plate from the torso lay cracked along its center. Hooked chains had fused into clots of black corrosion. One shoulder guard retained traces of midnight blue lacquer beneath soot and dried blood. The inner surfaces were marked with runes cut by hand rather than machine. Around the table labored slaves, servitors, and apostate artificers. Some had served the Dark Mechanicum. Others had been taken from forge worlds, chapter armories, or Imperial Navy repair yards. None had volunteered. Neril had been placed above them because Kieran trusted his judgment more than theirs. That trust would not save him if he failed. Bring the cataphracti plates forward, he ordered. 2 servitors carried a section of ancient Terminator armor between them. The plate had been stripped from a corpse recovered inside a derelict hulk. Its original heraldry had been ground away, but a fragment of yellow remained beneath one fastening. Neril pretended not to see it. The plate was cut, reshaped, and joined to the surviving mantle with adamantium pins. Captured Mechanicus power relays were fitted beneath the breastplate. Muscle fiber bundles were woven through the internal harness, so the armor would answer a Primarch's strength rather than restrict it. An apostate Magos offered a gorget formed into screaming faces. Curze entered as the piece was being raised. No. The Magos froze. Mechadendrites curled against his robes. My lord, the design incorporates harmonic resonators. When powered, the mouths will amplify subsonic frequencies and induce panic responses in baseline human subjects. Curze took the gorget from him. The screaming faces had been sculpted with exquisite detail. Each tooth was individually fashioned. Each open eye contained a polished ruby. Curze crushed it between his hands. Metal folded with a shriek. Decoration, he said. The Magos bowed. Its function was terror. I am terror. No one moved. Curze looked across the table. Every hook must catch flesh or carry weight. Every edge must cut. Every chain must bind, strangle, or display judgment. Remove anything that serves only vanity. Neral swallowed. The mantle will be plainer than before, Lord. No, it will be honest. Curze lifted the ancient shoulder plate. His thumb traced a fracture across its surface. Do not restore the scars. Lord, let my sons see what became of everything they believed. Eternal. Neral bowed his head. As you command. The claws waited within a sealed reliquary chamber. Mercy and forgiveness had not survived intact. Their primary housings had been broken, their power feeds destroyed, and several talons lost. What remained had been rebuilt around scavenged field generators and components taken from loyalist lightning claws. No artisan agreed upon which weapon was mercy and which was forgiveness. Curze did not ask. He placed the gauntlets over his hands. Locking teeth closed around his wrists. Cables entered sockets in the restored mantle. Warning runes flared across Neral's diagnostic slate. Power flow is unstable, Neral said. Curze flexed his fingers. Then stabilize it. The generators require calibration under partial load. Would you prefer I kill slowly? Neral activated the field. The talons ignited. Blue-white lightning filled the chamber. It ran across the walls in branching scars, striking chains, tools, and exposed conduits. 3 servitors convulsed as current passed through their metal limbs. Their flesh blackened. One burst open along the abdomen as internal fluids boiled beneath pressure. The power field failed, then returned. Mercy and forgiveness burned unevenly, one claw shedding long tongues of lightning, while the other hummed with a lower, steadier violence. Curze watched the dead servitors smoke. Acceptable. Neral stared at the diagnostic slate. The imbalance may damage the housings. Everything is damaged. The field could fail during battle. Then the claws will become knives. Curze drew one talon across the forge table. The adamantium surface opened. Knives remain useful. By the time the Court of Midnight gathered, 43 warlords had descended into the ruins. They came armed. Some wore armor preserved from the Great Crusade, its contours repaired so many times that little original material remained. Others wore mixed plates, taken from 100 battlefields. Ultramarine blue showed beneath midnight paint. Blood Angel's teardrops had been hammered flat. Imperial fist gauntlets had been left yellow as deliberate insult. Mutation marked many of them. Horned helms merged with skulls. Talons grew through gauntlets. Eyes opened inside armor joints. One captain's backpack exhaled flies, despite the dead cold of Tsagualsa. Another wore a demon face stretched across his breastplate, its lips moving in silent prayer. Trophies hung from chains. Chaplain helms, Eldari spirit stones, orc jaws, human hands preserved in silver wire. The ruined palace had no roof. The great rift burned above it, staining the broken columns with violet and crimson light. 43 warlords stood in a crescent before a throne built from the remains of Nostraman judges. Curze did not sit. He stood before it, wearing the restored nightmare mantle. The armor seemed less like protection than an instrument of execution. Hooks curved from the vambraces. Chains hung at his waist. The power claws rested dark against his sides. His black hair spilled over the gorget, framing a face as pale as flayed bone. Karen stood among the captains. Neral watched from behind a collapsed arch, where mortal servants had been ordered to remain silent. Decimus stood at Curze's right. Varial stood at his left. The first warlord stepped forward. He spoke of raids against imperial shipping, of governors skinned alive, and cities silenced by terror. Curze listened. When the account ended, he asked how many worlds had surrendered because of those acts. The warlord had no answer. The second spoke of fortress monasteries burned and loyalist gene seed stolen. Curze asked what objective the theft had served. The warlord claimed survival. Curze dismissed him with a gesture. One by one, the captains approached. Those who admitted piracy received contempt. Those who admitted failure received questions. Those who claimed purity received interrogation. Warlord Sevatarian Krail came forward in cataphractii plate. His armor was immense, layered in black iron and midnight ceramite. A combi bolter rested across one fist. A chain of severed tongues hung from his chest. "I preserved your law," Krail declared. Curze tilted his head. "My law. I punished rebellion. I brought judgment to the false emperor's slaves. 17 settlements upon Dalos burned in your name. Every man within them died, screaming. Why? They denied us tribute. Could they pay?" Krail hesitated. Curze smiled. "No. They defied the 8th Legion. They were miners. They were guilty. Of poverty?" Krail's armor growled as he shifted. Curze walked towards him. "You slaughtered settlements without walls, weapons, or allies. You recorded their deaths. You transmitted the screams. Then the silver skulls entered the system." No one spoke. Curze came closer. "You fled." Krail raised his combi bolter. "I will not be judged by a corpse." Curze vanished. The gun had not reached firing position when forgiveness ignited. One stroke removed Krail's right arm at the shoulder. The severed limb struck the floor, still gripping the weapon. A second stroke cut through the left elbow. Cataphractii plate, cables, bone and muscle parted beneath the power field. Krail remained standing for a moment. Then blood poured from the armor joints. Curze caught him by the gorget and drove him to his knees. The warlord roared through his helm grill. "Kill me!" "No." Curze hooked one talon beneath the chest plating and tore it away. He removed the armor piece by piece. He cut through locking rings, fiber bundles, and pressure seals. Each movement was careful. Each exposed section of flesh was opened with the unpowered edge of a claw. Krail's screams echoed across the palace. Curze turned his head so the gathered captains could see his smile. "This is not punishment," he said. "This is instruction." He opened Krail's abdomen and pulled the intestines free, laying them across the warrior's lap. "Terror without purpose is indulgence. Murder without judgment is weakness. You kill the helpless, because the helpless cannot reveal your cowardice." Krail tried to speak. Blood filled his mouth. Curze removed his helm. The face beneath was ancient, grey, and wet with terror. "There," Curze whispered. "At last, something honest." He drove mercy beneath Krail's chin and lifted him from the ground. The claw emerged through the crown of the skull in a flare of blue-white energy. The corpse burned upon the talons. Curze cast it aside. Several corrupted warlords looked towards the palace exits. Raptors stood there now. They had not been present moments before. Curze faced his sons. Chaos worship is surrender disguised as ambition. Mutation is not ascension. Possession is not strength. A slave who loves his chains remains a slave. A captain with a demon fused into his breastplate lowered his gaze. Another slowly reached for his blade. Curze looked directly at him. The hand withdrew. "You have mistaken survival for victory," Curze continued. "You have mistaken cruelty for doctrine. You have mistaken my memory for permission." Decimus stepped forward. He knelt. The movement passed through the gathered legion like a current. Several captains followed. Others remained standing, unwilling to submit, before knowing whether submission meant death. Decimus raised his skull-faced helm. "My visions showed the 8th Legion united beneath a prophet." Curze regarded him. "They did not show you." A murmur moved through the court. Charon's hand tightened around his chain blade. Decimus did not lower his head. "I saw no returned Primarch, no resurrection, no court upon Tsagualsa. I saw myself speaking with your voice before a legion that had forgotten your face. You claim my return is false? I claim it was absent. Curze descended the broken steps. The claws at his hands crackled. Decimus remained kneeling. Fate lied to you, Curze said, or fate has been wounded. Curze stopped before him. Good. The words silenced the court. Curze placed one talon beneath Decimus's chin, raising the prophet's gaze. You will stand beside me. Decimus said nothing. You will tell me what you see. You will tell me what you do not see. You will speak every contradiction, because somewhere inside the fracture lies the hand that broke destiny. Curze released him. My seer. Decimus rose. Curze turned to the assembled warlords. Some knelt now, some did not. All listened. We will not crawl towards terror like pilgrims begging for notice. We will not throw ourselves against Guilliman's crusades so that the avenging sun may name himself victorious. We will not kneel to Abaddon because he inherited another man's rebellion. The great rift burned above him. We will begin where the corpse emperor's light cannot reach. A hololithic star map ignited behind the throne. Isolated systems appeared within the dark half of the Imperium. Trade routes flickered. Hive worlds, forge moons, shrine stations and naval anchorages glowed like exposed organs. The Imperium Nihilus is ruled by absence. Governors lie because terror cannot hear them. Commanders waste armies because replacement lives remain plentiful. Priests promise protection from a god whose light has abandoned them. Curze extended one claw towards the stars. We will teach them order. One captain laughed. The sound died when Curze looked at him. This is not a crusade, the Primarch said. Crusades pretend conquest is holy. His talons ignited. This is the second compliance. The 43 warlords stared at the map. World by world, system by system, we will show mankind that fear is more reliable than faith. We will prove that punishment achieves what bureaucracy cannot. We will make the Imperium compare our law with its own. Curze smiled. And it will discover that ours is kinder. Gethsemar turned beneath a poisoned sun. Its continents had vanished beneath industry long before any living man's ancestry could be traced. Hive ranges rose through permanent storm banks, their upper spires piercing the clouds, while their foundations descended into strata of ash, sewage, and compacted dead. Manufactorums burned without pause. Refinery stacks breathed black columns into an atmosphere already thick enough to stain exposed skin. Pilgrim districts surrounded ossuary cathedrals where the bones of forgotten saints were sold in fragments to men too poor to purchase food. 22 billion souls lived there. Few of them possessed enough space to lie down without touching another body. Konrad Curze watched the world rotate above the strategium of the Mercy's shadow. A hololithic sphere hung before him, its continents webbed by transit routes, defense grids, void shield relays, and administratum precincts. Data scrolled through the darkness in columns of red. Grain production, corpse starch yields, water allocation, labor mortality, arrest quotas, tithe declarations submitted to distant imperial authorities who had no reliable means of confirming them. Karen Val stood beside the projection. The ruling houses maintain private reserves sufficient to feed Hive Primus for 11 months, he said. The lower districts have survived on reduced ration allotments for 4 years. Curze said nothing. Labor disputes began in the manufacturing belts after the ration reductions, Karen continued. The governor ordered the guild leaders executed. When the shifts refused to resume, the enforcers killed 17,000 workers and sealed 3 habstacks without water. The Primarch's face remained half concealed behind hanging black hair. What was the official finding? Heretical sedition inspired by the archenemy. Was it? No. Curze leaned closer to the globe. The Hive World's governor had provided the Imperium with infantry regiments, munitions, and armored vehicles for generations. Every tithe document declared the same immaculate loyalty. Every official proclamation praised terror, the Emperor, and the sacrifice required of mankind's servants. The records stolen from Gethsemar told another truth. Armored regiments existed only in ledgers. Several million rifles had never been manufactured. Food shipments assigned to the underhives had been redirected to private storehouses beneath the noble districts. Judges sold acquittals. Cartel masters purchased execution warrants. Ecclesiarchs blessed the rationing while dining from tables laden with off-world meat. Curze extended one claw towards the sphere. This one. Karen studied him. There are softer worlds. I know. More isolated. I know. And worlds whose defenses are already failing. Curze turned his head. That is why they are unsuitable. Karen bowed. The Primarch returned his gaze to Gethsemar. A lesson requires witnesses. A judgment requires guilt. Fear requires survivors. What strength do you commit? Curze smiled. Enough. Lord Militant Hadric Morn received the warning while standing inside the command chapel of the cruiser Unyielding Doctrine. He wore a dress coat beneath a carapace cuirass polished to a funerary shine. Silver campaign cords crossed his chest. His left hand rested upon the head of a saber, whose blade had been reforged 3 times after 3 different owners died holding it. Around him, officers, confessors, and adepts watched fragmented transmissions flicker across a bank of pick screens. Night Lord's vessels had been sighted near the Gethsemar corridor. The reports disagreed over number, bearing, and intent. One merchant captain claimed to have seen 50 warships. A naval auger station recorded 6. An astropathic relay transmitted only a skull-faced giant standing beneath a black sun before every psyker in the choir died. Morn listened without expression. The 8th Legion has raided this region before, said General Artaban, commander of the Gethsemar Defense Force. They strike supply convoys, communication stations, and undefended settlements. They do not possess the strength to conquer the world. Strength is not always measured in tonnage, Morn replied. Artaban inclined his head. No, Lord. Armor disposition? The 3rd, 7th, and 12th Gethsemar Armored remain within their bastion depots. The underhive garrisons request reinforcement. Denied. Artaban blinked. Lord, preserve the armor. The lower districts contain the principal generator catacombs. The catacombs can be retaken. Lehman Russ companies cannot be replaced. The civilian population is not the object of the attack. Morn spoke without cruelty. That was what made the decision absolute. Night Lords seek panic. They will descend upon the underhives, slaughter laborers, and attempt to provoke a deployment. You will not grant them one. Protect the fuel reserves, the armor depots, and the orbital guns. The civilian districts will endure. Artaban bowed. As the throne commands. The throne commands survival, Morn said. We interpret the method. The Night Lords did not announce themselves with bombardment. No lance strike burned the clouds. No macro shell leveled a hab sector. No invasion fleet filled the sky. Instead, men disappeared. A maintenance cohort entered Generator Catacomb 9 and failed to emerge. Their replacements found no bodies, only helmets arranged in a circle around the Master Control Lectern. At the astropathic station beneath the Basilica of Unending Vigil, every attendant was discovered kneeling before the choir stalls with his throat opened and his hands folded in prayer. Void shield relays reported fluctuations that vanished before technicians arrived. Water purification systems accepted new command authorities. Emergency Vox channels transmitted brief bursts of Nostrum and Cant, too short for cogitators to identify. Reconnaissance cells moved through the hive like infection through blood. They wore stolen uniforms when uniforms were useful. They crawled through maintenance shafts too narrow for armored men, and through waste tunnels where even enforcers refused to go. Mortal agents planted signal beacons beneath command bunkers. Night Lords remained in the darkness, watching patrols pass close enough to touch. Some soldiers sensed them. A temperature drop, a scrape overhead, a reflection where no face should have been. Those soldiers vanished first. Others survived long enough to report movement. Their superiors accused them of cowardice, intoxication, or warp hysteria. Several were executed for abandoning posts that had not yet been attacked. By sunset, every major command node had been marked. At the first stroke of midnight, Gethsemar died. The lumens failed in Hive Primus, then in Hive Secundus, then across the forge belts, the refinery planes, and the orbital elevators. The Hive world vanished beneath its own clouds. For one breath, 22 billion people stood in darkness. Then the screaming began. Raptors descended through ventilation towers and shattered dome roofs. Jump packs howled between spires. Lightning claws ignited beneath the storm banks. Their armor became brief silhouettes against the dark, seen once and remembered forever. They struck command bunkers first. A defense coordinator watched an armored hatch fold inward before a raptor entered sideways through the breach. The officer fired his last pistol until the weapon overheated. The Night Lord caught him by the face and pushed his head down onto the spinning teeth of a chainsword. His death traveled across the emergency vox. The Raptors had connected palace microphones, military frequencies, and public warning systems into one network. Every order became a scream. Every appeal for reinforcement ended in wet choking and the grind of chain teeth through bone. Millions believed the entire planet had been invaded. In truth, fewer than 1,000 legionaries had reached the surface. Fear supplied the rest. Karen entered the governor's palace through the Hall of Martyrs. Household troops waited behind marble barricades beneath statues of dead imperial commanders. Their armor was ceremonial but functional, gold-edged carapace over black fatigues. Hellguns tracked the doors. Heavy bolters covered the central approach. Karen raised one fist. His claw halted. "Armored targets only," he said over the squad vox. "Preserve shells." Brother Seravan laughed softly. "The palace is full of microphones. That is why we use our hands." The doors exploded inward. The heavy bolters fired first. Mass reactive shells tore columns apart, filling the hall with stone fragments and saintly faces. A Night Lord lost part of his pauldron. Another took a round through the abdomen and continued forward with blood pouring down his thigh. Karen fired twice. His first bolt struck the gunner's breastplate and detonated inside the ribcage. The man came apart across the weapon mount. His loader died when the second shell burst inside his throat and drove fragments of spine through the men behind him. Then the Night Lords reached the barricade. They stopped shooting. Karen caught a household trooper by the arm and twisted until the elbow reversed. The man screamed. Karen pulled again, tearing the limb from its socket in a spill of blood and white tendon. Seravan drove his gauntlet through a faceplate. His fist emerged behind the trooper's skull, carrying fragments of teeth and brain. Another legionary lifted a soldier and hammered him against a marble column until the body ceased to resemble a man. Ribs collapsed. Organs burst beneath armor. Blood ran down the monument's engraved list of victories. The palace vox captured everything. Commands became pleading. Pleas became sobbing. Sobbing became silence. Karen advanced at walking pace. He wanted the governor to hear him coming. Konrad Curze entered Hive Primus alone. Security augurs detected movement in maintenance shaft clusters, thermal shadows and service corridors separated by kilometers. Patrols pursued one signal, only to receive reports from another level. Servo skulls recorded pale fingers withdrawing into ventilation grills. Auspex arrays marked a human shape moving vertically through walls. The governor's commanders sent soldiers in squads. Curze returned them according to rank. Troopers were found first, seated in rows with their hands bound by their own intestines. Sergeants hung above them from cable hooks, alive long enough to watch recovery teams arrive. Lieutenants were placed inside shrine alcoves, with their eyes removed and their vox beads pushed into the empty sockets. The colonel commanding internal security
was suspended from the ceiling of his own strategium, his skin removed in narrow strips and braided into a rope around his neck. He lived for 19 minutes after discovery. Curze never appeared on the recordings. Sometimes a shape crossed behind the soldiers. Sometimes there was a whisper. Sometimes a man looked upward and began to pray. Then the image became red. Governor Rethan Malrek reached the palace flight deck while the lower halls echoed with dying men. He wore a void-sealed coat over his night robes. Sweat covered his shaved scalp. 4 Tempestus scions surrounded him in dark carapace armor, their hotshot lasguns trained upon every access point. The armored shuttle had already ignited its engines. "Move," ordered the Scion Prime. Malrek stumbled up the ramp. "Where are the escorts?" "Dead. The western towers. Lost. The orbital command. Unresponsive." The ramp began to rise. A shadow fell across the flight deck. The scions looked upward. Curze stood upon the spire of the cathedral opposite the palace, framed by the lightning behind him. For an instant, no one moved. Then he stepped into the void. The shuttle lifted.
Curze struck its dorsal armor hard enough to buckle the fuselage. The pilot screamed over the internal vox. Something scraped across the hull. Mercy and forgiveness ignited. Blue-white talons punched through armor plating. One claw tore open the shuttle's spine. The other severed stabilizer vanes and exposed the engine conduits. The craft rolled. Malrek struck the cabin wall. A scion was thrown from his restraints and broke his neck against the ceiling. Warning sirens howled as the shuttle descended towards the public square below. Curze forced one hand into the engine housing. He tore away the thrust regulators. The shuttle fell. It struck the square nose first, ploughing through statues, petitioners' kiosks, and a line of armored transports. The forward compartment collapsed. The pilot became a red smear beneath the control lectern. 2 scions died when their restraints cut through their chests. Malrek survived. He woke hanging upside down. Curze crouched outside the broken fuselage. The governor looked into the Primarch's black eyes. "Please," he whispered. Curze reached inside. "You had years to say that." Every surviving pict screen on Gethsemar activated before dawn. The image showed the governor's throne room. Curze sat upon the raised seat, wearing the nightmare mantle. Governor Malrek knelt before him, bound in chains. Around the chamber stood the heads of ruling houses, senior judges, cartel masters, tithe assessors, enforcer commanders and priests, whose signatures appeared upon the falsified records. Kieran stood behind them. The floor was already wet with blood. Curze lifted a ledger. "Gethsemar," he said. His voice passed through hab blocks, manufactorums, barracks, shrines and underhive shelters. "Your rulers claimed that hunger was sacrifice. Their cellars were full." Images appeared beside him. Storehouses, food reserves, private dining halls, children dead in ration queues. They called striking laborers traitors. More images followed. Enforcer gun lines, bodies in factory yards, sealed habstacks filled with the dead. They declared their military tithe fulfilled. Documents opened across the screen. False regiments, missing weapons, names copied from grave records. They lied to terror. They lied to you. They lied because distance protected them. Curze placed the ledger aside. "I am nearer." The trials were brief. Evidence was read. Confessions were irrelevant. Governor Malrek attempted to invoke imperial authority. Curze broke every finger on his right hand before permitting him to continue. When the governor appealed to the emperor, Curze asked why the emperor had not fed the starving. No answer came. The executions lasted for hours. Ruling lords were flayed and raised from the hive spires so the morning wind pulled at their exposed muscles. Judges were dismembered according to the number of innocent men they had condemned. Cartel masters were opened from throat to groin and filled with the ration tokens they had hoarded. Senior enforcers hung over the districts they had purged. Priests who had blessed false tithes were suspended inside cathedral bells. Each toll crushed bone and sprayed blood through the bronze mouths. The common population remained alive. Food storehouses opened. Captured administratum systems redirected cargo lifters into the underhives. Water purification returned. Ration dispensaries activated beneath Night Lord's guard. No theft was permitted. 3 men attempted it. Their bodies were displayed above the distribution line before the next ration cycle began. By sunrise, every organized defense command on Gethsemar had surrendered. The Night Lords had killed thousands, not millions. A conventional reconquest might have consumed armies. Curze had used fewer warriors than some imperial governors spent suppressing a single Hab uprising. Yet 22 billion people would remember the darkness. They would remember the screams transmitted through their walls. They would remember that the Night Lords had known every hidden crime. The final transmission left Gethsemar before its astropathic station fell silent. Konrad Curze sat upon the governor's throne, one claw resting against his cheek. Blood darkened the steps beneath him. He looked into the recording lens. "Which world," he asked, "wishes to be judged next?" Gethsemar surrendered before dawn. By midday, 13 neighboring governors had declared emergency curfews. 3 ordered the execution of their own tithe masters. Another hanged the senior members of his household from the balconies of his palace and transmitted the spectacle across every public pict screen, pleading that the justice of the Imperium had already been served. Others begged for protection. Astropathic choirs burned themselves hollow, hurling petitions into the dark. Messages departed in bursts of pain and static, addressed to crusade fleets that might be years away, to Space Marine chapters whose fortresses had ceased answering, and to Terror, whose authority remained absolute even when its voice could no longer cross the Great Rift. Some rulers chose a quieter path. Encrypted signals reached the Mercy's shadow through merchant frequencies, devotional broadcasts, and navigational beacons. Governors offered grain, ammunition, slaves, promethium, and the heads of political rivals. Several promised obedience before a single Night Lord entered their systems. Konrad Curze answered none of them. Silence terrified them more effectively than threats. Above Tsagualsa, the Legion gathered. Ships emerged from the warp-bleeding smoke, fire and madness. Heresy-era strike cruisers limped into orbit beside stolen merchantmen, plated in scavenged armor. Frigates came with demons chained into their reactor shrines, their hulls distending like diseased flesh whenever the things within struggled against iron and warded bone. Battle barges arrived beneath clouds of attack craft, their flanks scarred by 10,000 years of war and neglect. One bore the name Sable Dominion, though half its letters had burned away. Another had no name at all, only a screaming face carved across its prow. The murder of saints translated with its Geller field failing, and hundreds of its mortal crew emerged fused into walls, decks, and one another. The ship remained combat-capable. Its captain considered the loss acceptable. The machine spirits hated their masters. That hatred lived in every failing lumen, every gun battery that refused calibration, and every pressure door that opened upon vacuum without command. Tech priests and artificer slaves spent their lives negotiating with vessels that remembered other banners, other oaths, and hands that had once tended them with reverence. The Night Lords called it temper. They understood spite better than sanctity. The fleet did not assemble in formation. It clustered around Tsagualsa in armed suspicion, each warship keeping its weapons trained upon its neighbors. Boarding shields remained raised. Torpedoes sat ready within launch cradles. Vox traffic carried insults, challenges, ancient blood debts, and threats disguised as greetings. Then Curze issued his first fleet-wide command. Every armory was to be opened, every magazine counted, every functioning jump pack, plasma coil, bolt shell reserve, reactor component, suit of warplate and progenoid gland was to be registered beneath the authority of the 8th Legion rather than its individual captains. The response was immediate. Warlords protested that their stores had been won through blood. Captains claimed ancient rights of salvage. Several declared that the armor in their possession had belonged to their companies since the Great Crusade and could not be surrendered without dishonoring the dead. Curze summoned none of them. He sent auditors. They came in squads, each led by an apothecary or artificer and protected by legionaries who had already knelt at the court of midnight. Armories were forced open. Captains who resisted were disarmed before their own warriors. 2 were executed. A third was left alive after Curze ordered his hands removed, so he would remember that ownership required the ability to hold what one possessed. Karen Val watched Neril Quist count his inheritance. The armory of the Mercy's Shadow had once housed weapons for a full company. Now its racks were mostly empty. Chains hung from cracked walls. Dust lay thick upon sealed ammunition crates. The air smelled of sacred oils, old blood, and the chemical bitterness of degrading power cells. 3 suits stood within stasis alcoves at the chamber's rear. The first was a complete suit of Mark IV plate, its midnight lacquer scratched but largely intact. The second was cataphractii armor, stripped from a slain Atramentar during a dispute whose cause no living warrior remembered. The third had been rebuilt from loyalist relic plate and retained a gold aquila beneath layers of black paint. Neral entered the designations into his slate. All 3 are operational, Lord. Kieran regarded him through red lenses. I am aware. The command levy requires them. I am aware. Neral lowered the slate. Kieran's claw stood behind him. None spoke. Brother Serevan watched with one hand resting on the pommel of his chain blade, as though the auditors might be persuaded by murder. The warrior leading them wore the broken heraldry of the 12th Company. Kieran hated him. Hirak Sorn had abandoned the Targus raid after stealing the company's reserve ammunition. 3 of Kieran's warriors had died with empty bolters, while Sorn's men escaped aboard a captured gunship. The blood debt had remained unpaid for 2 centuries. Sorn stepped towards the relic suits. The cataphractii plate will be assigned to my Terminator cadre. Kieran moved between him and the alcove. No. Sorn's helm tilted. The order comes from the Primarch. The armor does not. It belongs to the Legion. It belongs to the dead. Then the dead have no further use for it. Kieran's gauntlet closed around Sorn's gorget. Weapons rose throughout the armory. Targeting runes flickered across visor displays. Neril backed against a rack of bolters and tried not to breathe loudly enough for an Astartes to notice. A voice entered through every vox grill. Kieran. The Night Lord released Sorn. Curze stood in the armory entrance. He wore the nightmare mantle without its helm. Hooks and chains framed his emaciated body. His black eyes moved from the drawn weapons to the relic plate. You object, he said. Kieran turned towards him. I object to giving strength to cowards. Then you should have killed him when his cowardice first cost you blood. Sorn remained silent. Kieran's anger became a living pressure beneath his breastplate. He fled with ammunition that belonged to my company, and you permitted him to keep it for 2 centuries. We were not a legion. Curze smiled. We are now. Kieran looked towards the 3 suits. The cataphractii plate belonged to an Atramentar who followed you upon Nostramo. He is dead. The Mark IV belonged to my first captain. He is also dead. The third was stolen from a loyalist corpse, whose name you never troubled to learn. Kieran's jaw tightened. Curze stepped closer. Unity is an easy oath, while another warrior pays for it. Every captain speaks of brotherhood, until brotherhood demands sacrifice. The Primarch laid one pale hand against the cataphractii breastplate. You will surrender all 3. Kieran looked at Sorn. Hatred remained. So did memory. But Curze was watching. By your command, Kieran said. No. Curze's eyes narrowed. Not by my command. Say why. Karen understood the punishment hidden inside the question. For the Legion. The words tasted worse than blood. Curze smiled again. Now perhaps they mean something. Lucarifus came from the void, with the sound of claws upon metal. His vessel, the Shriek Eternal, did not request clearance. It descended through Tsagualsa's ash clouds, trailing fire from ruptured engines, and landed upon the plains beyond the palace ruins, hard enough to split the earth. Raptors emerged before the dust settled. They came in flocks. Some still resembled legionaries. Others had spent too long surrendering themselves to the predatory urges of the warp. Their legs bent at inhuman angles. Talons had pierced through boots and gauntlets. Jump packs fused into their spines, exhaust vents opening and closing like gills. Several crawled across the hull, rather than descending by ramp, moving with the obscene ease of insects upon a corpse. They chanted Lucarifus's name. The ancient Raptor Lord came last. His armor was midnight black, beneath layers of grime and dried blood. A skull-faced helm concealed what remained of his features. The jump pack upon his back seemed less manufactured than grown, its turbines surrounded by ribs of metal and bone. He descended without ceremony, touching the ground as lightly as ash. The raptors bowed to him. Some struck their helms against the earth. Others shrieked through vox amplifiers until the noise rolled. Across the ruins like an air raid siren. Curze waited before the palace. Lucarifus approached alone. "My lord," he said. His voice scraped through a damaged grill. Curze studied him for a long time. "I remember you." Lucarifus inclined his head. "I remember you also." The raptors behind him became still. Curze walked around the ancient warrior, examining the taloned feet, the fused jump pack, and the subtle twitching beneath his armor. "The warp has been busy. It rewards survival. No, it alters what survives until the survivor mistakes corruption for identity." Lucarifus's gauntlets flexed. "We remained sons of the Eighth. You remained useful." The words were colder than condemnation. Curze faced the gathered cults. "You fly swiftly. You strike where armor cannot climb and artillery cannot follow. You carry fear over walls, trenches, and bastions. Those virtues purchase your continued existence." A raptor hissed. Curze looked directly at him. The warrior lowered his head. "The first among you who mistakes mutation for superiority will be opened upon Varial's table. He will catalogue every altered organ while you remain alive. Your brothers will watch and learn how little divinity lies inside diseased meat." Lucarifus gave a rasping laugh. "My raptors understand." "No," Curze said. "They fear." He turned away. "That will suffice." Decimus saw the future fracture each time he slept. In one vision, Curze died upon Gethsemar before the next planetary dawn, crushed beneath a cathedral dropped from orbit. In another, the Night Haunter stood upon the walls of terror while the imperial palace burned behind him. He saw worlds without voices, their populations obedient, their streets clean, and their execution towers crowded. He saw the lion holding Curze's severed head. He saw Gilliman kneeling before a throne of flayed parchment. He saw Abaddon's body dragged behind the Mercy's shadow on chains miles long. The worst vision contained no war. Billions knelt beneath statues of Konrad Curze. Priests in midnight vestments sang hymns to the Father of Justice. Children carried small lightning claws fashioned from silver. Worlds offered the skins of criminals as tithes. The Primarch's pale face replaced the Emperor's upon shrine walls throughout the Imperium Nihilus. At the center of the vision, Curze screamed for them to stop. They worshipped his screams. Decimus awoke inside his cell with blood beneath his fingernails. Curze stood in the doorway. "You saw it again." Decimus did not ask how he knew. "They make you a god," the prophet said. Curze's expression hardened. "How many?" "Billions." "Do I permit it?" "You kill the priests." "And?" "They call your wrath a miracle." Curze entered the cell. "What else?" "In some futures you die within months. In others you rule for centuries. Every path divides around you. I cannot see the point of convergence, because there is none. There must be. Must there? Decimus looked up at his gene-father. Without causality, prophecy is madness. Curze crouched before him. All prophecy is madness. The only question is whether reality later agrees. The Black Legion entered the system beneath banners of burning gold. 3 warships approached Sagualsa in disciplined formation, their armor dark as void and their weapons uncovered. Unlike the fractured vessels of the Eighth, they bore the marks of maintained power. Their engines burned cleanly. Their shields remained stable. Their machine spirits had been cowed into obedience by sorcery, ritual, and endless war. The delegation came armed. Its leader was Lord Volkar Thane, an emissary wearing black Terminator plate, edged in gold. The eye of Horus stared from his breastplate. Beside him walked a bodyguard larger than most legionaries, his armor swollen by possession, and his demon blade whispering against its scabbard. Curze received them in the Hall of Prophets. The chamber had once contained statues. Now false seers hung from the walls. Some had claimed to hear Curze's voice. Others had predicted the Legion's reunification beneath their own command. Their bodies had been preserved in wire cages, mouths sewn open, empty eye sockets packed with black candles. Thane looked upon them without concern. The War Master sends honor to the returned Lord of the 8th Legion. Curze sat upon the throne. Horus sends nothing. Ezekiel Abaddon is War Master of Chaos. Horus died. Thane's voice became harder. The despoiler broke Cadia. He tore the galaxy open. His black crusade remade the stars. The Emperor endured. Silence filled the hall. Curze leaned forward. Horus failed to kill him. Your master has inherited the title of a failure and spent 10,000 years polishing it. The possessed bodyguard growled. Thane raised one gauntlet, restraining him. Abaddon offers alliance, ships, armor, weapons from the forges of the Eye, recognition of your sovereignty over the 8th. Recognition. The Black Legion will not dispute your command. How generous, a thief offering me ownership of my own blood. Thane's posture stiffened. The galaxy has changed since your death. It changed before you were born. You cannot conquer the Nihilus with scavengers and broken ships. Curze smiled. I conquered Gethsemar in one night. You frightened one world. I frightened every world that heard of it. Thane stepped closer. Refuse, and the Black Legion will regard your mustering as interference with the War Master's war. The possessed bodyguard drew his demon blade. The weapon cleared half its sheath. Curze crossed the chamber. Mercy entered the bodyguard's abdomen and burst through his spine. Forgiveness tore away the warrior's sword arm. The demon within him screamed through every joint in the armor as Curze pulled in opposite directions. Terminator plate split. The bodyguard opened from pelvis to sternum. Ropes of intestines spilled across the floor. The demon tried to claw its way free through the legionary's mouth, pushing horns and wet limbs through the broken jaw. Curze crushed the head beneath one foot. Thane reached for his combi bolter. Curze seized him by the throat. The emissary's weapon fell. Threats are promises made by those too weak to act immediately, Curze whispered. He carried Thane to the execution table beneath the hanging prophets. The emissary remained alive for hours. Varial supplied stimulants when pain threatened to stop his heart. Curze cut the Black Legionary's armor away, then removed his skin in long, unbroken sheets. Thane screamed until his vocal cords tore. After that, only a wet rasp escaped him. Curze kept him conscious. When the last strip came free, the emissary's body shone red beneath the candlelight, every muscle exposed, every trembling nerve awake to the air. He died only after Curze permitted it. The skin was cured, folded and sealed inside an adamantium reliquary. Across its inner surface, Curze carved a message with one talon. I have already served one War Master. The casket was returned aboard the delegation's surviving ship. Weeks later, an astropathic report reached the Dark Angels. Interrogator Chaplain Mailer read it beneath the stone vaults of a strike cruiser's strategium. His black armor absorbed the light of the hololithic displays. A winged sword hung from his belt, and the skull mask of his office concealed every trace of doubt. "A fabrication," he said. The surviving recording played again. A pale figure sat upon a throne. Blood covered the steps beneath him. The image distorted, but the voice remained clear. "Which world wishes to be judged next?" "Enemy propaganda," Mailer repeated. "A demon, a clone, some warlord wearing a dead Primarch's legend." No one answered. At the far end of the chamber, Lionel Johnson stood motionless. He listened to the recording a third time, not to the words, to the pauses between them, to the quiet contempt beneath the question, to the cadence of a brother who had once spoken of justice while carving men apart. Mailer turned towards his Gene father. "My lord?" The lion's eyes remained upon the dead pict screen. When he spoke, his voice carried no uncertainty. "Konrad." The Gethsema corridor learned obedience in 6 months. 39 worlds submitted to Konrad Curze. 7 resisted long enough to require invasion. The rest opened their void shields, silenced their defense batteries, and delivered their rulers in chains. They had watched what happened to Gethsemar. They had seen Governor Malrek dragged from his ruined shuttle. They had heard the evidence of hoarded food and false tithes read across every surviving Vox channel. They had witnessed noblemen hanging without skin from the highest spires, while ration vaults opened beneath them. Fear traveled faster than fleets. On Cheroth, the planetary governor assembled his ministers beneath the bronze gaze of the emperor and shot each man through the head before the Night Lords arrived. He placed their bodies upon the steps of the Administratum Palace, together with ledgers proving their crimes, then waited on his knees with the murder weapon before him. Curze spared him. On Martyr's Vigil, the ruling synod refused surrender. Its cardinals declared the Night Haunter a demon and promised that faith would turn aside his claws. The world's void shields failed 8 hours later. Raptors descended upon the cathedral district while the synod conducted mass prayer. By dawn, every cardinal had been nailed to the walls of his own basilica with iron stakes driven through the joints. Their flayed faces were stretched across the doors. The population submitted before Curze's fleet completed its descent. On Holos Reach, the governor offered tribute in slaves, munitions and promethium before any demand had been issued. Curze accepted the promethium, audited the munitions, and ordered the slaves released back into the manufactorums. He then executed the governor for attempting to purchase justice. Each world learned a different lesson. Together, they became a kingdom. The laws arrived upon black parchment and through public vox proclamation. They were called the Midnight Edicts by those forced to obey them, though Curze never named them so. Tithes would be recorded without fraud. No private army would be maintained beyond the strength permitted by the central command of the corridor. Curfew would begin at the final toll of the evening bells and end only with the first authorized lumen cycle. Concealed rebellion would be punished collectively. Officials accused of corruption would face public trial, with testimony preserved and transmitted to the population they had ruled. The laws were simple. That simplicity made them terrible. There were no labyrinthine exemptions, no contradictory decrees buried beneath centuries of administratum revision, no possibility that wealth might purchase another interpretation. A man understood the sentence before he committed the crime. If a magistrate stole from the tithe, his hands were removed before his execution. If a commander maintained unregistered soldiers, those soldiers were killed and his household followed them. If a Hab district concealed insurgents, the entire district answered. Curze demanded no love. He demanded comprehension. Shipping schedules improved. Cargo captains who had once delayed deliveries while negotiating bribes reached their destinations ahead of sanctioned arrival windows. Dockmasters stopped diverting promethium into cartel reservoirs. Food theft declined until entire hive districts received their full ration allotments for the first time in generations. Piracy vanished from the corridor's major routes. The first raider crews captured by the Night Lords were not merely executed. Their bodies were bolted to the hulls of their vessels, life support maintained through crude tubes so that they remained alive while their ships drifted along the trade lanes. Merchant crews heard their screams over emergency frequencies for weeks. The second generation of pirates abandoned the corridor without battle. Imperial citizens lived beneath constant terror. Curfew sirens sounded every night. Public cages filled the plazas. Black armored figures appeared without warning in council chambers, guild halls and barracks. Yet manufactorums met their quotas. Water reached the lower levels. Trains arrived when the schedules claimed they would. The contradiction sickened those capable of recognizing it. The old Imperium had offered distant authority, sacred inefficiency, and the promise that suffering served a purpose known only to the throne. Curze offered immediate terror. It worked. Neril Quist saw the kingdom from the deck of the Mercy's shadow. He stood within the strategium beneath a vault of iron ribs, while planetary reports scrolled across hololithic panes. Food distribution, ammunition reserves, executions, curfew violations, manufacturing output, mortality projections. The data had become a liturgy. Curze watched it in silence. He did not celebrate compliance. He did not smile when a world surrendered. He studied fear as a mechanicus adept studied reactor pressure, measuring how much could be applied before the structure failed. Neril had once believed the Primarch mad. That belief had been comforting. Madness required no pattern. It excused contradiction. A madman killed because he could not restrain himself. Curze restrained himself constantly. He chose the victims. He selected the hour. He calculated who must witness and who must survive. He knew when one death would terrify a city and when a million would only numb it. Agony was a resource. He spent it with care. The executions on Vardain have reduced tithe fraud by 87%, Neral said. Curze looked towards him. Neral felt his throat tighten. Speak it without the numbers. My lord? What does it mean? Neral glanced at the display. Fewer officials are stealing. Why? They fear punishment. Do they fear death? Yes. Curze turned back to the reports. No. Men have always feared death. They fear being known. Neral did not understand. Curze touched one claw to the hololithic image of a hive city. A hidden crime allows a man to imagine himself safe. Exposure destroys that illusion. Punishment teaches the witnesses that concealment has failed. The Primarch's black eyes reflected the city. Death is common. Certainty is rare. The certainty spread too far. On the shrine world of Ave Dominus, a priest named Matthias Corda declared Curze an instrument of divine wrath. He began with sermons delivered to frightened laborers. The Emperor, he claimed, had returned the Night Haunter from death to punish the corruption of his servants. The Great Rift had not hidden the Emperor's gaze. It had sharpened it. The sermons drew hundreds, then thousands. A chapel was repainted in midnight blue. An image of Curze was raised behind the altar, pale-faced and winged, with lightning claws extended over kneeling sinners. Worshippers burned scraps of black cloth and called him the Avenging Sun. The Night Lords came during the litany. They sealed the chapel doors. Curze walked down the central aisle as the congregation fell silent around him. Candles trembled in the air, disturbed by his passage. Men dropped to their knees. Some wept. Others pressed their foreheads against the stone. Priest Corda smiled. "My lord," he said, "we knew you would come." Curze stopped before the altar. Behind it stood the painted image of himself. "Why do they kneel?" Corda spread his hands. "They recognize the Emperor's judgment made flesh." Curze looked at the congregation. "The Emperor. He returned you to us." "No." The priest's smile weakened. "My lord, your humility is itself proof of—" Curze seized him by the jaw. The priest's words became a muffled cry. "I allowed an assassin to take my head," Curze whispered. "Your god did not save me then." His fingers tightened. Corda's lower jaw tore away with a wet crack. Blood sheeted down his vestments. He collapsed, hands clawing at the ruin of his face. Curze turned to the congregation. "I am no god." The priest's assistants attempted to flee. Raptors caught them before they reached the doors. Curze executed the leaders beneath his own painted image. One was opened from throat to pelvis and suspended by the ribs. Another had his skull crushed against the altar until bone fragments and grey tissue covered the carved aquila. Corda lived longest. Curze cut the priest's abdomen open and wound his intestines around the legs of the false idol. He remained conscious until the Primarch pushed his heart against the altar stone and crushed it beneath one talon. The common worshippers were spared. Varial removed their tongues. Thousands emerged from the chapel, holding blood-soaked cloth to their mouths. They were marched through the shrine district, so every citizen saw the cost of confusing terror with divinity. The following day, offerings appeared outside Curze's command fortress. The tongueless worshippers had left them. Curze ordered the offerings burned. The revolt on Carceri Tertius began with laser guns smuggled inside corpse transports. The weapons came from an imperial covert cell. Its agents entered the upper hive as pilgrims, labor overseers, and discharged guardsmen. They recruited manufactorum officers, hab wardens, and minor nobles who believed Curze's occupation would collapse if one world proved willing to resist. 3,812 conspirators prepared the uprising. They killed a Night Lord's liaison officer, seized 2 transit hubs, and broadcast a declaration of loyalty to the Golden Throne. The message lasted 6 minutes. Curze discovered the conspirators' names within 3 hours. Captured agents surrendered safe houses, supply routes, and command codes beneath interrogation. The rebellion could have been extinguished through targeted executions. Instead, Curze condemned the upper hive. It housed more than 4 million people. Kieran stood beside him in the orbital command station, while the hive turned beneath them. "We have identified the guilty districts," Kieran said. "The rebellion can be isolated." Curze's face remained turned towards the viewing port. The upper city concealed them. Most inhabitants knew nothing. They benefited from silence. They were not asked. They did not ask. Kieran studied his Primarch. "This is not Gethsemar." "No." "Then what lesson are we teaching?" Curze looked at him. "That concealment is participation." The order passed through the captured hive systems. Atmospheric seals closed between the upper city and the lower levels. Transit gates locked. Ventilation ceased. Panic spread before decompression began. Citizens crowded the sealed lifts. Enforcers fired into the masses. Men crushed one another against plasteel gates, while warning klaxons announced pressure failure. Then the outer shutters opened. Air tore from the hive. Bodies lifted from the streets and struck walls hard enough to burst. Windows exploded outward. Men were dragged through openings too narrow for their shoulders, leaving skin and torn muscle behind. Entire crowds became tumbling masses of limbs, clothing, and blood as the atmosphere hurled them into the frozen dark. Those who reached sealed chambers survived the first stage. Curze had planned for them. Promethium flooded the ventilation ducts. Ignition followed. Fire traveled through the upper hive in branching rivers. Hab blocks became furnaces. Men hammered against doors until their hands cooked to the metal. Children were not present. The upper city's academies had been evacuated hours before under the pretense of a contamination drill. Curze had chosen which innocents would die and which would survive. Neral watched the casualty estimates rise. 4 million became 3,700,000 when emergency bulkheads held. Curze ordered those bulkheads opened. The final dead numbered more than 4 million. The rebellion ended with fewer than 10,000 armed insurgents killed in battle. Every other world in the corridor received the recordings. No uprising followed. Neral understood then that Curze did not seek justice. Justice had limits. Curze sought obedience, and he used justice only when it produced the desired shape of fear. Far beyond the corridor, Lord Militant Hadric Morn received command of an army large enough to consume worlds. The Nihilus Reclamation Host assembled across 7 mustering systems. 11,400,000,000 Astra Militarum soldiers answered its roles. Tens of thousands of Lehman Russ tanks, Rogel Dawn battle tanks, Basilisk artillery pieces, and armored carriers filled continent-sized depots. 14 Imperial Navy battle groups gathered around troop transports and mass conveyors. Several Titan maniples marched from forge holds beneath banners darkened by incense smoke. Knight households pledged their lances. 4 Adeptus Astartes chapters committed companies to the campaign: the Penitent Blades, the Obsidian Swords, the Brazen Guardians, and the Haloed Wardens. Morn stood within a strategium larger than many cathedrals, while his logisticians explained why the army could not move. Daily ration requirement exceeds the output of 3 agri-worlds, said Master of Provisions Helican. Promethium? Insufficient for sustained mechanized advance. Ammunition? Acceptable for initial operations, catastrophic after the 4th major engagement. Transport capacity? 41% below minimum requirement. Morn looked at the hololithic mass of troop dispositions. The host possessed enough men to bury the Night Lords beneath corpses. It lacked enough ships to bring them to the same battlefield. "The enemy will not meet us," Morn said. No officer answered. "He will abandon each world before our main strength arrives. We will spend months translating between systems while he strikes behind us." General Artaban cleared his throat. "The Senatorum representatives demand a visible counteroffensive. The Senatorum is on the far side of hell. Their authority remains. Authority without reach is prayer." Artaban lowered his gaze. Morn understood the trap. Imperial honor demanded reconquest. Ecclesiarchal pressure demanded punishment. Planetary governors demanded proof that terror had not abandoned them. The army had to move, because remaining still looked like defeat. That was enough for Curze. The campaign maps were stolen from the Mercy's shadow by an Imperial infiltrator who believed he had survived through skill. He escaped Zagualsa aboard a captured courier. He delivered charts showing fortified defensive lines across the Gethsemar corridor, reserve fleets hidden behind minefields, and planetary armies prepared for conventional war. Morn studied the intelligence for 2 days. Then he ordered concentration of the reclamation host. Curze watched the mobilization through reports delivered by agents within the Imperial fleet. "They believe the maps," Kieran said. "They need to. Because they are proud. Because they are large." Curze turned from the star map. "A giant army cannot admit that size has become weakness. Morn will advance along the routes we gave him. Every transport will require fuel. Every soldier will require food. Every victory will pull him farther from both." Decimus entered without announcement. Blood ran from his nose beneath his helm. Curze looked at him. "What did you see?" "A dead world." "Which?" "I do not know. Its seas were ash." Decimus removed his helm. His eyes were unfocused. "You stood upon the ruins with the lion." Curze became still. "What did he say?" "He called you father." The chamber darkened around the Primarch. "And I?" "You called him the same." Decimus swallowed blood. "Each of you accused the other of becoming the Emperor." For several moments Curze said nothing. Then he faced Kieran. "Signal every vessel." "My lord." "Full combat readiness. All claws recalled. All raptors rearmed. Every ship prepared for translation." Kieran bowed. "Against Morn?" Curze smiled into the darkness. "No." Beyond the hull, the gathered fleet turned its weapons towards the stars. "We prepare for the First Legion." The lion watched Gethsemar die beneath a poisoned dawn. The recording had been taken from a palace augur, its lens cracked and its machine spirit wounded. Static crawled across the image. The colors bled together until the marble throne room resembled a charnel pit viewed through smoke. Konrad Curze sat upon the governor's throne. Blood coated the steps below him. Flayed men hung from chains in the galleries, turning slowly above kneeling officials. Behind Curze stood warriors in midnight plate, their armor mismatched, scarred and decorated with the bones of men who had died screaming. Curze looked into the recording lens. "Which world wishes to be judged next?" the image repeated. The lion raised one gauntleted hand. The hololith froze upon his brother's face. The strategium of the invincible reason remained silent around him. Dark angels stood beneath pillars cut with Calibanite beasts and hooded knights. Incense drifted from iron censers. Servitors whispered through sealed mouths as they fed data into cogitator banks older than many imperial bloodlines. Interrogator Chaplain Mailer stood at the lion's right. Black armor concealed him from throat to heel. His skull helm hung at his belt, revealing a scarred face made severe by suspicion. One eye had been replaced by an augmetic, whose red lens contracted as it studied Curze's frozen image. "A demon could wear that face," Mailer said. "The Empyrean remembers every hatred ever fed into it. A creature born from the fears of the 8th Legion might possess his voice, his memories, and his manner." The lion did not turn. "No, my lord, certainty would be premature. It is not certainty. Then what is it? Recognition." The lion advanced the recording. Images followed of Gethsemar's fall. Command bunkers ruptured from within. Defense officers found dismembered according to rank. Household troops dying by blade and gauntlet, while their screams traveled through the palace vox. Refugees fleeing through avenues the Night Lords had intentionally left open. The lion watched each sequence twice. "Observe the pattern," he said. Mailer leaned closer to the display. They severed command. They isolated it first. A map of Hive Primus appeared. The lion marked generator catacombs, astropathic stations, transport nexuses, and water controls. He did not destroy the strongest positions. He removed the means by which they supported one another. He permitted survivors to escape from every attack, to spread panic, to carry instruction. Curze has always understood that one wounded man may weaken a regiment more effectively than one corpse. Mailer's lip curled. He butchered thousands. He could have killed millions. The chaplain looked towards his Primarch. The lion's expression was carved from restraint. "That is what makes him dangerous," he continued. "Not his madness, not his cruelty, his discipline." Discipline? Demons exaggerate their nature. Rage becomes mindless slaughter. Pride becomes spectacle. Hunger consumes until nothing remains. This creature limits itself. It chooses how much blood to spill. The lion dismissed the display. "Konrad lives." The words moved through the chamber like a drawn blade. Several dark angels bowed their heads. Others looked towards the warriors standing apart beneath the western arch. Those warriors wore no common heraldry. Some bore old armor repainted in the colors of the First Legion. Others carried weapons forged before the destruction of Caliban. Their faces were ancient, their oaths older than the chapter that now judged them. The Risen had answered the lion's call. The dark angels had not all welcomed them. Brother Captain Rathiel stood beside Mailer, one hand resting upon the hilt of his power sword. His gaze remained fixed upon a grey-haired warrior wearing repaired Mark III plate. "You place them within the order of battle," Rathiel said. The lion faced him. "I do. They fired upon our brothers beneath the walls of Caliban." The grey-haired Risen looked back without lowering his eyes. "So did those who called themselves loyal," he said. Rathiel stepped forward. Mailer raised a hand between them. The lion did not. His silence proved more effective. Both warriors became still. "The Imperium burns," the Primarch said. "Konrad has returned. Billions are already beneath his claws, and you choose this hour to argue over wounds 10,000 years old." Rathiel bowed. "My lord." The lion looked at the Risen. "What is your name?" "Kadron, lord." "Will you obey my command?" "Until death." "Then stand beside the sons who hate you. Their mistrust will not weaken your blade." Kadron inclined his head. "And if they turn their blades upon me, then they will answer to me." No one spoke further. The lion summoned every Imperial force operating within reach of the Gethsemar corridor. Dark Angels strike cruisers abandoned lesser patrols. Successor chapters broke from defensive deployments and translated towards the mustering coordinates. The Blades of Vengeance sent 2 companies. The Consecrators arrived bearing relic weapons and armor whose origins they refused to discuss. The Penitent Blades, already attached to the Nihilus Reclamation Host, placed their surviving warriors beneath the Lion's strategic direction. The gathering fleet carried secrets enough to condemn kingdoms. It also carried guns enough to kill them. Lord Militant Hadric Morn received the Lion within the command sanctum of the Unyielding Doctrine. Morn had expected to surrender authority. He had prepared the necessary documents, sealed the transfer ciphers, and ordered his senior officers to remain silent unless addressed. Mortals did not dispute command with a Primarch. They endured it. The Lion entered without ceremony. Fealty hung at his side. The Emperor's shield rested upon his arm, its surface marked by wounds that no artificer had been permitted to remove. Dark Angels followed him, but he brought no herald, no choir, and no procession of kneeling priests. Morn bowed. "My lord, the Reclamation Host is yours." "No." Morn looked up. The officers around the chamber remained motionless. The Lion approached the principal hololith, where the armies of the host glowed as regiment markers across 7 systems. "You command the mortal forces," he said. "My lord, I would not presume. You already command them. I am prepared to relinquish operational authority." "Why?" Morn hesitated. "You are a son of the Emperor." "That does not make me familiar with every regiment, supply deficiency, or political obligation within your host." The Lion studied the dispositions. "You will continue to direct the Astra Militarum. Your naval commanders will answer through you unless I countermand them. The Adeptus Astartes will operate under my authority." Morn felt no relief. The division of command meant responsibility would remain his when the casualty reports arrived. "You honor me," he said. "No, I use the tool best suited to the task." Morn almost smiled. It was the first statement from the Primarch that sounded entirely familiar. The transmission arrived before their council ended. Every lumen in the command sanctum dimmed. The hololithic displays collapsed into darkness. Vox officers reached for their consoles as a pattern of pale symbols assembled above the strategium table. Morn recognized none of them. The Lion did. They formed an encryption sequence used during Imperium Secundus, when brothers had ruled a fragment of mankind's empire amid a galaxy already drowning in treachery. No living cryptographer should have known it. No Imperial archive admitted that it had existed. A voice emerged through the chamber vox. No image accompanied it. "Brother." Mela's hand closed around his Crozius. The Lion remained still. Coordinates appeared above the hololith. A lifeless system beyond the corridor, centered upon a moon whose abandoned mines descended through half its crust. Curze's voice continued. "You failed to kill me when we were young." A pause followed. The Lion remembered Ultramar. Dark streets, burning towers, his hands closing around Curze's throat, his brother laughing even while bones broke beneath his grip. Come fail again. The transmission ended. Morn released a breath he had not realized he was holding. "A trap," he said. "Yes," replied the Lion. Mela looked towards him. "Then we should spring it with overwhelming force." "No," My lord, Konrad expects anger. He expects old hatred to become haste. The Lion enlarged the surrounding systems. Dispatch reconnaissance vessels. Chart every translation route. Consolidate the supply convoys and evacuate populations from worlds within striking distance. Morn's officers exchanged glances. General Artaban stepped forward. Evacuations will delay the offensive by months. Then they will delay it. Every transport assigned to civilians is one denied to troops. The Lion looked at him. Curze wants us to choose between pursuing him and protecting those he threatens. With respect, my lord, pursuing him is how we protect them. No, pursuing him blindly is how we deliver him a divided fleet. The orders went out. They were obeyed without enthusiasm. Troop transports became refugee carriers. Naval escorts were drawn away from the mustering fleet to protect pilgrim ships and mass conveyors. Entire cities emptied into orbital elevators, while frightened populations carried relics, ration tins, and the remains of ancestors they refused to leave behind. Imperial commanders complained. Ecclesiarchs accused the Lord Militant of abandoning sacred ground. Governors refused evacuation orders until dark angels appeared within their palaces. Guardsmen watched civilians take berths that might otherwise have carried ammunition. Curze had expected all of it. The Night Lords struck the evacuation hubs. They ignored fortress stations and armor depots. They attacked orbital elevators, refugee anchorages, and navigation beacons. Their ships emerged from the warp only long enough to launch torpedoes, boarding craft, and screaming Vox transmissions before vanishing into the dark. At Arkenfall, raptors descended upon an embarkation cathedral containing 200,000 refugees. They slaughtered the transport masters and left the civilians alive, trapped behind sealed blast doors, while fires consumed the oxygen. At Vesper's claim, saboteurs contaminated the fuel reserves of every evacuation vessel. 3 mass conveyors suffered reactor failure after translation. One emerged from the warp with its internal decks folded through one another and 4 million passengers compressed into layers of meat and metal. Survivors carried the stories onward. Rumors spread through the corridor. The Night Lords did not attack isolated worlds. They attacked worlds the Imperium tried to save. Imperial concentration drew them. Imperial protection marked populations for death. The Lion redirected escorts, exactly as Curze intended. While the refugee routes burned, Kieranval attacked the forge moon of Hephaestus. The moon had no natural atmosphere. Its surface was a continent of foundries, reactor pits, and manufacturum spires linked by armored transit causeways. Plasma refineries glowed within shielded craters. Bolt shell production lines descended beneath the crust, each capable of feeding an army. Kieran required all of it. The Mercy's shadow approached inside the wreckage of an ore convoy. Captured transponders identified the strike cruiser as a damaged mass hauler. Mechanicus Traffic Control ordered it towards a quarantine anchorage. The Night Lords answered with docking codes taken from a murdered Magos. They crossed the outer defense line before the deception failed. Skitari batteries opened fire. Lances of coherent radiation cut through the wreckage. Macro rounds shattered the stolen oreships. Rad cannon beams washed across the Mercy's shadow, setting warning runes aflame throughout its bridge. Karen launched every boarding vessel at once. Drop pods struck refinery districts. Assault rams punched through manufacturum roofs. Raptors descended among exhaust towers, jump packs scattering curtains of sparks across the airless dark. The Skitari had prepared killing grounds. Cohorts of galvanic riflemen stood behind barricades mapped into their noospheric command net. Vanguard advanced beneath clouds of radiation strong enough to blister mortal flesh through armor. Cataphron battle servitors rolled from vault doors upon tracked lower bodies, heavy arc rifles burning blue between clawed manipulators. Karen's first attack wave died in seconds. Arc fire struck a Night Lord in the chest and turned his armor into a cage of white lightning. Radium rounds entered through damaged joints, rupturing organs already poisoned by invisible energies. A Cataphron destroyer fired its plasma culverin, and 3 legionaries vanished inside a miniature sun. Karen watched from the breach of an assembly hall. "Sensor architecture?" he asked. Neril crouched behind him in a void suit, his slate linked to stolen Mechanicus data. Heat, motion, noospheric identification, and radiation profile. "Can you blind it?" "No." Karen looked towards the worker pens. Thousands of captured laborers huddled behind reinforced glass. Their bodies were fitted with tracking implants, work augmetics, and radiation monitors. He understood. "Open the pens." Neral looked at him. "Lord?" "Drive them ahead of us." Explosive charges shattered the enclosures. Night Lords entered with chain blades and herded the workers into the killing ground. The Skitarii command net filled with contradictory returns. Thousands of sanctioned implants appeared at once, moving across firing lanes in a screaming mass. The defenders hesitated. Some did not. Galvanic fire ripped through the workers. Men burst apart. Radium rounds seeded flesh with violent cellular death. The first ranks collapsed, vomiting blood and pieces of their own stomachs into their respirators. The living continued forward because the Night Lords followed behind them. Skitarii targeting became choked by authorized personnel, radiation blooms, and overlapping heat signatures. Karen's warriors opened fire through the bodies. Bolter shells tore Skitarii apart behind their barricades. Night Lords crossed the killing ground, using the workers as moving cover, pushing the wounded before them until only pieces remained to hold. The defense line broke. Curze entered the command forge alone. 6 battle automata guarded the central noospheric shrine. Their bodies were red iron, their heads faceless domes marked with warning sigils. Mauler-patterned fists flexed beneath shoulder-mounted cannons. Targeting. Beams converged upon the Primarch as he stepped through the doors. The machines fired. Curze was already elsewhere. Shells struck the place he had occupied and turned the entrance into molten debris. He moved before each targeting cycle completed, twisting between plasma blasts, stepping beneath power fists, and crossing firing lanes an instant before the automata recognized the opportunity. Mercy opened the first machine from hip to shoulder. Forgiveness severed the second at the waist. A battle automaton struck him with a fist capable of crushing a tank. Curze turned with the blow, allowed it to glance across his mantle, and drove both claws through the machine's chest. He tore the reactor housing free. Plasma engulfed him. He emerged burning. The last automaton recalculated. Curze leapt upon it, claws entering through the dome of its head. He ripped downward until the machine divided into 2 glowing halves. The command cohort waited beyond. Tech priests filled the shrine, their robes concealing metal limbs and weapon mounts. The ruling Archmagos extended a mechadendrite tipped with a volkite emitter. "Unclean biological anomaly," he intoned. "Surrender for disassembly."
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
Curze smiled. The priests fired. He had already seen their deaths. When Kieran reached the shrine, the walls were coated in blood, lubricants and fragments of sacred machinery. Curze stood among bodies arranged into 2 groups. The larger group was dead. The smaller knelt. "These can maintain the fleet," Curze said. The kneeling magi trembled through augmetic limbs. Kieran looked at the dismembered cohort. "And the others?" They could not. The forge moon fell before the next shift bell. Plasma fuel, reactor components, and entire bolt shell production lines were torn from their housings and loaded aboard the Night Lord's fleet. Only then did Curze transmit again. This time, he named worlds. Gethsemar heard them. So did the Imperial Armada. Caldris, where the Reclamation host stored half its promethium. St. Hadrian's Rest, whose shrine vaults contained relics capable of rallying the corridor. Mordain, controlling the safest translation route. Pythos Minor, where 3 billion refugees waited for transport. 7 names, 7 targets. Mailer studied them within the invincible reason. "Each is vital," he said. "That is the point," replied the lion. "We cannot determine which threat is genuine. They may all be genuine. Morn's fleet could not protect every world with equal strength. The lion could not abandon the refugees. The Prometheum stores could not be lost. The translation route had to remain open. Orders passed from ship to ship. Battle groups separated. Space Marine strike cruisers turned towards different stars. Refugee escorts broke from the main formation. Morn divided his reserves between the threatened systems, while the lion held the strongest force at the center, waiting for the one movement that would reveal Curze's true objective. No revelation came. Across the dark, the Night Lords watched the Imperial Armada tear itself apart. Curze stood before the Strategium Hololith as loyalist fleet markers scattered along the routes he had chosen for them. Karen saw satisfaction in his father's eyes. Not joy, not pride, recognition. The prey had begun to run. War consumed 11 systems at once. No commander understood where the true front lay, because there was no single front. Hive cities burned on Caldris, while armored regiments drowned in the chemical swamps of Mordain. Orbital dockyards fought boarding actions above St. Hadrian's Rest. On Pythos Minor, refugee camps became artillery redoubts, and then mass graves before the dead could be counted. Industrial moons changed hands between one lumen cycle and the next, their manufacturums continuing to labor, while different banners rose above the same mountains of corpses. Billions fought. Most never saw a Night Lord. They died beneath artillery barrages, inside collapsing transports, in stampedes through sealed evacuation tunnels, and aboard troop ships whose Geller fields failed during hurried translation. Regiments marched towards objectives already abandoned. Tank columns exhausted their Prometheum hunting enemies that had never been present. Entire corps vanished because astropathic orders arrived years too late or hours before they had been issued. The war had become too large for truth. Lord Militant Hadric Morn stood upon the command bridge of the Dominion of Wrath and watched the Imperial Navy impose order upon the void. Battleships advanced in disciplined echelons beneath the light of Caldris's twin red suns. Cruisers held station between them, overlapping void shields and fields of defensive fire. Sword-class frigates screened the flanks, while destroyers ranged ahead, burning mines from the darkness with lance bursts. The line was beautiful. Morn mistrusted it for that reason. "Traitor formation altering," reported the Master of Augurs. 9 cruisers turning away from the inhabited orbital plane. "Pursuit groups hold formation," Morn ordered. Admiral Harridan stood beside him in a coat heavy with medals and void seal clasps. "They are yielding the planet. They are offering us a direction." Harridan watched the enemy runes withdraw across the hololithic display. "If we do not press them, they will regroup beyond the moons. If we press too quickly, they will decide where we fight." The Admiral's jaw tightened. "My lord, the fleet has numerical superiority. Their vessels are damaged, poorly supplied and divided between warlords who despise one another. So were they when they took 39 worlds." Harridan inclined his head with visible reluctance. The Imperial line continued forward. Nova cannon fired. The weapons spoke through the hull as distant thunder. Shells crossed the void at impossible velocity before detonating ahead of the retreating traitor vessels. One explosion became a white sphere large enough to swallow a city. A Night Lord's cruiser entered its edge and broke apart from prow to stern, armor peeling outward in incandescent sheets. Lance batteries followed. Columns of light reached across thousands of kilometers. Void shields flashed, collapsed, and vanished. Macro cannon broadsides struck exposed hulls, punching through decks and reactor compartments. A second cruiser rolled away burning. A third lost its engines and drifted into the path of an Imperial battleship, where sustained fire reduced it to expanding debris. Harridan allowed himself a breath of satisfaction. They are breaking. Morn studied the life sign returns. Each ruined cruiser showed thousands of crew. Too many. The Night Lord's vessels he had encountered before carried skeletal mortal complements, their slave populations thinned by war, starvation, and neglect. These ships appeared crowded. Magnify the nearest wreck. The hololith changed. A cruiser's broken midsection turned slowly beneath the red sun. Bodies poured from the breach. They were identical. Servitors, thousands of them, chained into galleries behind false bulkheads. Heat coils had simulated occupied decks. Cogitators had generated life patterns. Explosive charges filled the magazine spaces where ammunition should have rested. Morn felt the shape of the trap before the augurs confirmed it. Enemy mines activating astern. The Imperial fleet had advanced beyond its original defensive screen. Drifting wrecks came alive around the rear squadrons. Mine clusters unfolded from within corpse-filled hulks. Engines ignited inside freighters previously classified as derelict. Suicidal attack craft emerged from among refugee transports whose recognition codes remained valid until the instant their gun ports opened. The void became fire. A pilgrim ship rammed the cruiser duty's spear. Its prow penetrated through 2 decks before the reactors aboard both vessels detonated. Refugee bodies, real refugees, spilled across the stars before the blast consumed them. Another transport opened its launch bays and released boarding torpedoes at point-blank range. Morn watched Imperial formation markers separate. 9 traitor cruisers had been destroyed. 7 had never possessed functioning weapons. Mutual support range collapsing, said the Master of Augurs. Harridan stared at the display. Morn looked towards him. They were not retreating. The first impact shook the Dominion of Wrath hard enough to throw ratings from their stations. Warning klaxons began their iron howl. Boarding torpedo penetration, reported a servitor. Lower gunnery spine, internal seals engaged. A second impact followed, then a third. Kieran Val entered the flagship through a wound in its armor. The torpedo's assault doors burst open upon smoke, shattered. Decking, and the mangled remains of the armsmen who had waited too close to the breach. One man had been cut in half by the impact shield. His upper body still moved, gloved fingers clawing at the floor, while his legs remained buried beneath twisted plasteel. Kieran stepped over him. His claw emerged behind him in midnight plate. Objectives, he voxed. Brother Serevan answered first. Fire control nexus. Navigator sanctum, said another. Command relays. Kieran activated his chain blade. No wasted slaughter. Cripple the ship. Naval armsmen arrived at the intersection ahead, boots pounding across the deck. They formed behind a pressure door as it opened. Shotguns and las carbines leveled through the widening gap. Kieran fired one bolt. The shell struck the door mechanism and detonated inside it. The pressure slab slammed sideways, crushing 3 men against the frame. Their bodies burst beneath the weight, spraying blood and fragmented bone across the formation behind them. The Night Lords charged. Bolters roared within the narrow passage. Mass reactive shells entered flak armor before exploding. Chests opened from within. Heads vanished in red mist. One shell passed through an armsman's shoulder, took the jaw from the man behind him, and detonated inside a third man's abdomen. The surviving defenders broke. "Cease fire," Kieran ordered. His warriors obeyed. The armsmen fled through adjoining corridors, screaming warnings into the ship-wide vox. The Night Lords advanced behind them without haste. Fear cleared the passages more efficiently than ammunition. At the next blast door, a breaching charge was placed against the locking spine. The defenders crowded on the opposite side. Kieran knew because he could hear them praying. The charge detonated. The pressure door became a storm of red-hot fragments. Metal crossed the compartment beyond at killing velocity. Men were cut open from throat to groin. Arms, faces, and chunks of ribcage struck the rear wall. Those who survived the fragments died beneath the door itself. when it tore free and crushed them into the deck. Karen entered through settling smoke. "Fire control station lies 2 levels above," Serevan said. "Then cut the lifts and take the stairs. Why spare the crew?" "We are not sparing them." Karen looked at the wounded men crawling through their comrades' remains. "We are teaching them where to run." Across the fleet, the Emperor-class battleship Crown of Absolution received no warning before Konrad Curze reached its hull. He crossed the void inside the shadow of a wrecked escort, accompanied by 20 Atramentar in ancient Terminator plate. Their boarding craft possessed no active beacon and no functioning life support beyond what their armor supplied. The craft struck beneath the battleship's dorsal flight deck. Curze tore through the inner bulkhead before the melter charges completed their burn. He entered a launch gallery full of Thunderhawk gunships, fuel lines, and startled deck crews. The first men died beneath mercy and forgiveness before the alarms began. His claws passed through bodies, tools and armor plating with the same contemptuous ease. The Atramentar followed. Combi bolters fired in measured bursts. Terminator boots crushed wounded ratings into the deck. One warrior seized a fuel servitor and hurled it into a gathering defense squad before shooting the tank upon its spine. Burning promethium filled the gallery. Men ran from the flames with skins sloughing from their faces and hands. Curze did not watch them die. He moved deeper. The ship's defenders attempted to contain him behind armored bulkheads. Forgiveness opened the first door. Mercy opened the men beyond it. A Redemptor dreadnought waited within the central transit nave, its armor painted in the dark green of the penitent blades. Purity seals covered its sarcophagus. A macroplasma incinerator burned in one fist, while an onslaught cannon rotated beneath the other. "Traitor Primarch identified," the dreadnought declared. Curze smiled. "Still announcing your intentions." Plasma filled the nave. Curze had already moved. The blast struck 2 Atramentar and reduced one to molten armor around cooked flesh. The other fell with half his torso burning white. The dreadnought tracked left. Curze went right before its weapon began to turn. He ran along the wall, talons cutting. Handholds through plasteel. The onslaught cannon fired. Shells followed him in a rising line, chewing the bulkhead into fragments. He leapt. Mercy severed the plasma weapon at the elbow. Forgiveness entered the housing beneath the opposite shoulder. Curze twisted, tearing cables, ammunition feeds, and muscle bundle substitutes from the chassis. The dreadnought struck him with its remaining arm. Curze crossed the nave and hit a pillar hard enough to crack it. The ancient warrior advanced. "Judgment comes." Curze rose from the broken metal. "Yes." He moved beneath the next blow, drove both claws into the dreadnought's flank, and cut through the reactor feeds. Warning sigils flashed across the Loyalist engine. Heat vented from ruptured housings. The dreadnought attempted to seize him. Curze climbed the chassis. His talons entered the sarcophagus from above. He pulled the armored shell apart and reached inside. The dreadnought's final word became a burst of static as Curze tore the pilot's remains from their amniotic cradle. He let the wet, limbless torso fall between his feet. Judgment came. The bridge of the Crown of Absolution did not know it had been boarded until the forward blast doors began opening one after another. The captain watched security feeds fail in sequence. A pale figure crossed each recording only once. Then the image filled with blood. "Seal the bridge," he ordered. "Seals unresponsive. Vent the approach corridors. Atmospheric controls deny command authority." The final door opened. Curze entered with 14 surviving Atramentar. The bridge defense cohort fired. Storm bolters, lascannons and plasma guns turned the entrance into a furnace. Terminator armor cracked. 2 Atramentar fell. Another continued advancing without an arm, his remaining combi bolter firing until Loyalist rounds shattered his helm. Curze crossed the killing ground untouched. He reached the captain before the man's power sword cleared its scabbard. Mercy entered the captain's thigh and pinned him to the command throne. "Do not destroy the Vox," Curze said. The Atramentar changed targets. They killed the bridge defenders and left the communication officers alive. Curze leaned close to the captain. "You will give orders." The captain spat blood at him. Curze removed one of his eyes. The screaming lasted long enough to persuade the remaining officers. False commands traveled through the Imperial fleet. Squadron Halberd received orders to engage vessels identified as traitor infiltrators. Squadron Sanctity received warning that Halberd had been compromised. Squadron Resolute was instructed to support both. The first Lance barrage crossed the void before any admiral questioned the authentication. Imperial ships opened fire upon one another. Void shields flared. Torpedoes launched. Macro cannon shells tore through armor bearing the same aquila as the guns that fired them. 3 squadrons fought for 11 minutes before command realized the orders had originated aboard the Crown of Absolution. By then, 6 cruisers were crippled and 2 had broken apart. Curze left the battleship alive. Its survivors would carry the humiliation farther than wreckage ever could. Beneath the red sun of Vardos Secundus, god machines walked through ash. Loyalist titans advanced across the industrial plain in ordered maniples. Warlords strode at the center, void shields shimmering around cathedral-armored bodies. Reavers guarded their flanks. Warhounds ranged ahead through forests of refinery towers, their weapons searching for renegade engines hidden beyond the smoke. The Loyalists possessed greater numbers. The Night Lords had never intended to meet them honestly. Hours before the Titan legions engaged, mortal infiltrators entered crew barracks and ammunition elevators. Princeps support personnel vanished. Moderati found their nutrient feeds contaminated. Servitors responsible for maintaining shield harmonics received corrupted liturgies through the noosphere. A warlord titan named Imperator's Decree took its first step into battle and discovered that its right knee actuator had been filled with explosive gel. The joint detonated. The Titan fell sideways into a loyalist reaver, crushing the smaller engine beneath thousands of tons of armor. Ammunition elevators jammed across the second maniple. Volcano cannons cycled without, receiving shells. Plasma reactors overheated because coolant valves had been welded shut from within. Renegade Titans emerged through the smoke. They fired upon crippled enemies. The sky turned white. On the ground, Night Lords hunted maintenance crews fleeing the engines. They cut down Princeps attendants, sacristans and engine seers, while the Titans above exchanged fire capable of leveling cities. One loyalist warhound survived the first ambush and charged through the renegade line. Its turbo lasers severed the arm from a traitor reaver. Its inferno gun transformed infantry formations into blackened shadows upon molten ground. Then its cockpit opened. A hidden Night Lord had remained clinging beneath the head armor since before deployment. He entered with a chain blade. The warhound staggered as its command crew died. It turned, weapons firing without aim, and walked into the reactor blast of the reaver it had wounded. The red sun vanished behind the explosion. The Black Legion arrived while both sides believed victory near. Their fleet translated behind Curze's rear formations, prows marked with the Eye of Horus. They declared themselves executioners sent to punish the 8th Legion's defiance and opened fire upon Night Lord's supply vessels. Curze transmitted proof to the Imperials that the newcomers had come as his allies. To the Black Legion, he transmitted intercepted Imperial orders, implying that Morn had promised the 8th safe passage in exchange for attacking Abaddon's fleet. Both lies were believed because both sides already desired them to be true. Imperial cruisers turned upon the Black Legion. Black Legion battleships answered with lance fire. Night Lord's vessels vanished behind stealth screens and drifting wreckage, striking whichever flank showed weakness. The battle became a 3-sided massacre. Ships burning the Aquila, the Winged Skull, and the Eye of Horus died beneath the same suns. Boarding parties entered vessels whose allegiance they misunderstood. Black legionaries fought Imperial armsmen through smoke-filled decks, while Night Lords sabotaged the reactors beneath them. Morn held 7 systems when the guns finally fell silent. Imperial banners still flew above their capitals. Surviving admirals recorded strategic victory. Ecclesiastical broadcasts declared that the Emperor had broken the traitor advance. Morn read the casualty reports and found no victory within them. 9 million naval personnel were dead or missing. 3 battle groups required years of repair. Vardos Secundus remained imperial only because nothing living controlled its surface. The Night Lords had abandoned 4 systems without contest. That frightened him most. Upon the captured Dark Angel's fortress moon of Alecto, Decimus stood before an astropathic amplifier large enough to reach across the Imperium Nihilus. The moon's defenders hung from its battlements in robes of their own skin. Night Lords occupied the gun decks. Mechanicus thralls severed the amplifier from Imperial control systems, while Neral's artificers prepared it for removal. Kieran entered the strategium. We lost the outer systems. Decimus looked towards him. We never held them. Billions died for those worlds. No. The prophet touched the amplifier's black control throne. They died for this. Kieran stared through the oculus at the machine complexes covering the moon. Every feint, every invasion, every sacrificed cruiser, and every false order had drawn the Imperial fleet away from Alecto. The wars across 11 systems had hidden the seizure of one fortress. Decimus's helm lenses reflected the amplifier's pale glow. Our father never intended to defend the corridor. Far beyond the moon, Imperial fleets celebrated possession of ruined worlds. Decimus listened to futures screaming inside his skull. He wanted a voice loud enough for the dark half of the galaxy to hear. The fortress moon of Alecto ceased to exist when Konrad Curze renamed it. Its guns remained. Its bastions remained. Its void shield still shimmered above the cratered surface, and its armories remained crowded with plasma cells, bolt shells, promethium reserves, and relic weapons maintained by generations of Dark Angel serfs. Only the name died. The Night Lords called it the Flayed Cathedral. Bodies marked every approach to the command citadel. The officers who had refused Curze's demand for surrender hung inside the moon's chapels, preserved by alchemical salts and the cold of failing environmental systems. Their skins had been removed in single sheets and stretched between the pillars like devotional banners. Their armor stood empty beneath them, polished and arranged as though the dead still attended worship. Some had been left alive during the preservation. Their final expressions remained fixed in the translucent flesh adorning the nave. Interrogator Chaplain Mailer awoke beneath their eyeless faces. His armor had been removed. Iron restraints pinned his wrists to the arms of a stone judgment chair. Blood had dried across his scalp, where a Night Lord had struck him unconscious during the final defense of the western gun decks. Every breath carried the scent of incense, embalming compounds and opened meat. Curze stood before the altar. The Primarch wore the Nightmare Mantle. Midnight ceramite enclosed his emaciated frame, its surfaces scarred rather than restored. Hooks curved from the vambraces. Chains stirred around his waist without wind. Mercy and forgiveness rested across his gauntlets, their inactive talons reflecting the chapel's corpse candles. Mailer tested the restraints. Curze looked back. You expected pain. I expect nothing from traitors except deceit. Then you are already disappointed. Curze moved aside. 3 Imperial officers knelt before the altar. Their uniforms had been stripped of medals and rank insignia, yet Mailer recognized them from the fortress command staff. Colonel Varlan commanded the civilian shelters. Admiral Adjunct Serek had directed the orbital defense squadrons. Marshal Hestian had overseen internal discipline during the siege. Night Lords stood behind them with chain blades held at rest. Curze lifted a, "We begin with Varlan." The colonel's face was grey. Both eyes remained swollen from interrogation, though no wounds had been inflicted that would prevent him from speaking. "You abandoned Shelter District 7, Curze said. Varlan stared at the floor. The district was indefensible. Answer the charge. I withdrew troops to preserve the eastern batteries. There were no troops assigned to the eastern batteries. Varlan's mouth opened. Curze activated the slate. A recording played through the chapel vox. Varlan's own voice ordered the shelter gates sealed after his household entered. He directed the remaining food and oxygen to private chambers, while more than 60,000 civilians crowded the outer galleries. Their pounding against the doors filled the recording. Then came the gunfire. Varlan had ordered his guards to shoot those attempting to force entry. Mela listened without expression. The Night Lords did not laugh. They stood in absolute silence, forcing every cry to remain audible. Curze stopped the recording. How many died? Varlan swallowed. The official tally was 11,000. The bodies numbered 59,812. The cogitators were damaged. You damaged them. Curze crouched before him. You falsified the casualty rolls so your cowardice would resemble necessity. I served the defense. You served yourself. Curze rose and turned to Admiral Adjunct Serek. You abandoned 3 evacuation transports. They were already lost. They retained functioning engines. Their escorts had been destroyed. You ordered the escorts away. Serek's chin lifted. To protect the Fortress Moon. No, to protect your command cruiser. The Admiral's defiance broke. Curze looked towards the last prisoner. Marshal Hestian began speaking before the accusation came. Deserters must be punished. Retreating soldiers are not always deserters. They abandoned their stations. They received conflicting orders after your command network failed. They ran. You executed 1,200 men without trial. I restored discipline. Curze's lips parted in a thin smile. There, at last. One of you understands the language. Mela pulled against the restraints. This is no court. Curze turned. This is exactly a court. You have tortured confessions from prisoners beneath your claws and arranged the evidence to justify murder. Your Imperium calls that interrogation. You possess no authority to judge them. Authority is violence made ceremonial. You speak as though justice belongs to whoever holds the blade. Does it not? Mela met the Primarch's black gaze. No. Curze gestured towards the preserved officers hanging between the pillars. Your Imperium condemns worlds through parchment signed by men who will never see them. It transforms criminals into servitors and calls slavery redemption. It tortures confessions beneath sanctified instruments. It executes regiments for the failures of commanders and populations for the sins of governors. His claws clicked together. You practice terror. You simply perfume it with incense. We preserve mankind. So did I. You butchered it. So does your Imperium. Mela's voice hardened. Necessity is not indulgence. Curze moved close enough that the chaplain smelled old blood upon the mantle. That is what every murderer says before he learns to enjoy himself. He returned to the prisoners. Varlan was suspended from the chapel arch, with his lungs exposed to the air. Serek was placed inside a damaged void lock and decompressed slowly enough that vessels burst across his eyes before his body failed. Hestian received the cleanest death. Curze severed his head with one sweep of forgiveness. The execution surprised Mela more than the others. Curze noticed. He did not lie about his purpose. Your distinction is meaningless. No, it is merely inconvenient. Decimus entered before the blood finished draining from the altar. The prophet's skull-faced helm was streaked with fresh crimson. His movements lacked their usual certainty. One hand remained pressed against his temple, as though trying to hold his thoughts inside his skull. The lion is coming. Curze did not turn. The fleet augurs report no translation. He will not come by void. Mela watched the Primarch become still. Decimus continued. I see trees beneath the stone, roots where no soil has ever lived. I see him walking through darkness that is not the warp and not the world. The forest, Curze said. I cannot see where he enters. Then do not look. Decimus lowered his hand. You should reinforce the lower vaults. No. He may emerge inside the citadel. Good. My lord. Curze crossed the chapel and placed one talon beneath the prophet's chin. A hunt is meaningless when the prey cannot reach the hunter. Decimus did not move. And which of you is prey? Curze smiled. That is why it remains interesting. The lion entered Alecto beneath branches that could not exist. One moment he stood within the forest's green-black twilight, surrounded by ancient trunks and mist, silvered by a moon, no imperial chart recorded. The next, his boots struck iron. He emerged into a maintenance cavern beneath the flayed cathedral. The air smelled of dust, coolant, and death. 7 warriors followed him through the impossible threshold before it closed. Dark angels in bone-white Terminator plate came first. Storm bolters held ready. Cadron and 2 of the Risen emerged behind them in repaired Heresy-era armor. Interrogator Captain Rathiel came last, his power sword already drawn. No one spoke of the forest. The lion raised fealty. The sword's edge caught the weak red lumen glow. Vox silence, he said. No transmissions until contact. The cavern walls trembled with distant machinery. Somewhere above, the fortress guns exchanged fire with Imperial vessels, holding beyond the moon's void shields. The impacts reached them as dull, repeated thunder. They advanced through coolant tunnels and service galleries. The first corpse waited at a junction. A dark angel serf had been nailed upright against the wall. His armorless body had been opened from breastbone to pelvis. The ribs were spread like wings, and his intestines had been drawn along the passage to the right. Rathiel stared at it. He marks the path. Yes, said the lion. Then we should choose another. No, Konrad already knows we are here. The next dead man pointed left. His hands had been severed and fixed to the wall with index fingers extended. Farther on, 3 bodies lay arranged into an arrow. Their heads had been turned towards the route Curze wished the intruders to follow. The lion followed. The maintenance, lumens failed. Darkness swallowed the tunnels. Auto-senses changed at once. Vision became heat, movement and tactical runes. Auspec's pulses traveled into the black and returned contradictory shapes. Some indicated movement inside solid walls. Others marked warriors behind the dark angels who vanished whenever weapons turned towards them. Ghost returns, whispered Rathiel. Some, said Cadron. A laugh breathed through the Vox. Then the Night Lords attacked. Plasma flared within the dark. A Terminator disappeared inside blue-white fire. His armor opened, and the flesh within became steam. Before the glare faded, raptors fell from the tunnel ceiling with chain blades shrieking. Storm bolters answered. Mass reactive shells struck midnight plate at arm's reach. One Night Lord's head burst apart, fragments of skull and helm hammering the wall. Another took 3 rounds through the chest and crashed into the Dark Angel's line, trailing ropes of burning organs. Cadron met a chain blade with his power sword. The weapon struck in a storm of sparks. He shoulder-charged the Night Lord, drove him into a support column, and cut through his abdomen. The traitor's lower body fell away, intestines twisting around his legs. Rathiel killed one with a plasma pistol shot through the mouth grill. The bolt burned out through the back of the helmet, carrying molten brain and teeth. The lion moved through them. Fealty severed weapons, limbs and lives with the same precise economy. He cut one raptor from shoulder to hip, turned before the corpse struck the floor, and drove the Emperor's shield into another warrior's face. Ceramite collapsed inward. The Night Lord's skull became pulp inside his helm. The traitors did not retreat. Neither did the Dark Angels. Night Lords attacked from maintenance hatches, ventilation shafts and cavities behind the walls. They fed false orders into the Imperial Vox, imitating the voices of fallen brothers. Auto-senses filled with target locks. Auspex returns multiplied, until every direction promised death. The tunnel became a butcher's trench. Terminator fists crushed midnight plate. Lightning claws opened bone-white armor. Plasma burned men into black silhouettes against the walls. Chain blades clogged with tabards, purity seals and loops of intestine, their motors grinding as warriors tore them free. The lion advanced through everything. When the last Night Lord fell, only 4 of his companions remained. Rathiel leaned against the wall. One arm hung useless, the pauldron split open by a power blade. Cadron's face showed through a broken helm, blood sheeting down one cheek. "The path continues," Cadron said. The lion looked at the bodies. Every fallen Night Lord faced the same direction. Of course it does. The throne chamber had no doors. Curze had removed them. The hall beyond was vast and roofless, open to the false night of the void shield above. Broken statues stood between columns wrapped in flayed skin. At the far end, Konrad Curze waited upon a throne assembled from the fortress command staff's bones. Mela knelt beside him in chains. The lion entered alone. His surviving warriors remained at the threshold, held back by one raised hand. Curze rose. For a moment, neither Primarch spoke. Recognition required no test, no gene scan, no psychic divination, no proof from apothecaries or inquisitors. The lion knew his brother. Curze was thinner than memory. His face resembled a corpse stretched over a predator's skull. The old madness remained within his eyes, but it had changed. It no longer burned without direction. It watched. "Brother," Curze said. The lion's gaze passed over the nightmare mantle, the restored claws, and the human remains adorning the throne. "You should be dead." "I was. I saw the record. I made certain everyone did." The lion lifted fealty. Curze descended the steps. "Do you remember Ultramar?" "I remember failing to kill you." Curze smiled. "You remember choosing not to." Mercy and forgiveness ignited. The duel began without signal. Curze crossed the hall before Mela saw him move. Forgiveness struck the Emperor's shield and released a blast of blue lightning that scorched the surrounding pillars. Mercy swept low, opening the lion's thigh plate before fealty drove it aside. The lion cut for Curze's neck. Curze was no longer there. He twisted. Beneath the blade before the strike had fully begun, his foresight carrying him away from intent rather than motion. Mercy raked the lion's breastplate. The talons cut through artificer armor and tore bloody lines across the flesh beneath. The lion answered with the shield. Its edge struck Curze's shoulder and broke armor, bone and muscle together. The Night Haunter spun with the blow, landed upon one hand, and drove both feet into his brother's chest. The lion crossed the chamber. He struck a column hard enough to split it. Curze came after him, laughing. Fealty met forgiveness. The power fields screamed against one another. Mercy hammered the shield, each blow gouging molten scars across its surface. Curze moved with impossible speed, pale face appearing between arcs of lightning and vanishing before the lion's counters landed. Yet foresight was not perfection. The lion altered rhythm. He began one strike, abandoned it, and used Curze's evasion to close the distance. The Emperor's shield smashed into the nightmare mantle. Hooks broke. Ceramite folded. Curze staggered. Fealty entered beneath his ribs. The blade drove through his chest and emerged between his shoulders. Blood poured down the lion's gauntlet. Curze's smile widened. "You learned." The moon shook. A sequence of detonations rolled through the fortress depths. Warning sirens began to howl. Mela's eyes widened as emergency runes appeared across the chamber walls. "Civilian shelter districts," he said. "Demolition charges." Curze remained impaled upon fealty. 6 shelters, he whispered. 300,000 souls, perhaps more. The records were characteristically imprecise. The lion twisted the blade. Curze coughed black blood across his face. "Disarm them," the lion ordered Mela. "I am bound." The lion tore fealty free and crossed to him. Curze fell to one knee, one hand pressed against the wound. "Stay," he said. The lion severed Mailer's chains. "You came to hunt me." The floor cracked as another charge detonated. "You found me." The lion looked back. Curze's body was already repairing itself. Blood flow slowed around the wound. Torn muscle tightened beneath broken armor. "You knew I would choose them," the lion said. "I knew you would choose to believe you could save them." The lion's expression hardened. Compassion is not weakness. No, it is simply predictable. The lion turned from him. He gathered his surviving warriors and descended towards the shelters as the fortress came apart. Curze did not follow. Night Lords withdrew through concealed transit shafts. Armories detonated after their contents had been removed. Gun decks collapsed into reactor pits. The chapels burned, preserved bodies curling in the heat as the flayed cathedral's stone vaults folded upon themselves. Mailer remained behind the others, long enough to look back through the smoke. Curze stood upon the broken dais. The wound in his chest remained visible. His armor was cracked. Blood painted his chin. He met the chaplain's gaze. Then he pointed towards an open escape passage. Mailer understood. He had not escaped. He had been released. The lion reached the civilian shelters before the final charges fired. Dark angels cut through sealed bulkheads, while serfs and refugees crowded the galleries beyond. Explosives were torn from support columns. Detonators were destroyed. Entire districts collapsed around them, yet hundreds of thousands survived. When the Imperial fleet finally broke through the failing void shields, it found the fortress moon dying. The Night Lords were gone. So was the astropathic amplifier. Its extraction scars remained within the central vault, immense channels carved through bedrock where the machinery had been severed from its foundations and carried away aboard heavy lifters days before the lion arrived. Mailer stood beside the empty cradle. Blood stained his robes. Curze's restraint wounds circled his wrists. "He wanted us to find this." The lion examined the severed conduits. "No, he wanted us to find it too late." An abandoned cogitator activated. A star chart appeared above the vault. One route burned brighter than the rest, leading deeper into the Imperium Nihilus, towards a shrine world surrounded by communication relays and astropathic stations. Sanctum Judicium, the largest surviving communications nexus in the region. The lion watched the route pulse. Curze had not defended the flayed cathedral. He had used it to delay them. Somewhere beyond the dark, the stolen amplifier was already moving towards a world capable of carrying the Night Haunter's voice across thousands of stars. Sanctum Judicium had been built to make mankind's lies permanent. Its continents were buried beneath scriptoria, reliquary vaults, and administratum precincts, whose towers rose through the clouds like the teeth of some colossal iron jaw. Every avenue led towards a shrine. Every shrine concealed an archive. Every archive contained judgments, tithes, confessions, censures, warrants, and execution orders, copied by generations of scribes who died without understanding the words their hands preserved. Vox arrays crowded the mountain ranges. Their pylons reached into the poisoned upper atmosphere, crowned by dishes broad enough to shadow cities. Astropathic sanctums descended beneath the crust, their choir chambers encased in black iron and warded bone. During the rare hours when the storms of the Great Rift weakened, those systems could hurl a single message across thousands of isolated worlds. The message might arrive corrupted. It might arrive centuries late. It might kill those who received it. Yet it would arrive. That was enough for Konrad Curze. He watched the shrine world through the oculus of the Mercy's shadow. From high orbit, Sanctum Judicium appeared calm. Golden continents turned beneath white cloud. Orbital stations formed a crown around its equator. Pilgrim convoys crowded the sanctioned approach lanes, while defense monitors moved among them like armed priests guarding a procession. Neril Quist stood behind the Primarch, holding a slate whose display trembled in his hands. "The amplifier has been integrated with the primary relay spine," he said. "The installation crews report acceptable harmonic alignment." Curze did not look away from the world. Acceptable. The stolen machinery was never designed to operate beside an administratum choir lattice. There are incompatibilities. Remove them. Some are biological. Curze turned. Neral felt his mouth become dry. The nightmare mantle had been repaired since the duel upon the flayed cathedral. The wound through Curze's breastplate remained visible, sealed beneath dark weld lines that resembled the ribs of a dead animal. Mercy and forgiveness rested inactive at his sides. Their talons cast hooked shadows across the deck. "What do the machines require?" Curze asked. "A living psychic conductor." "Decimus." Neral lowered his gaze. "Yes, Lord." "Then there is no incompatibility." The Primarch returned to the oculus. Sanctum Judicium's orbital crown glimmered beneath him. He did not intend to hold the world. He did not intend to convert its population to the worship of the ruinous powers, nor tear down every image of the Emperor and raise his own in its place. He required neither devotion nor territory. He required 1 hour. In that hour, the astropathic choirs would open their minds. The vox arrays would align. The stolen amplifier would turn Decimus's visions into a scream hurled across the Imperium Nihilus. Every governor would hear accusations spoken in his own chamber. Every judge would see the faces of men he had condemned for bribes. Every commander would remember soldiers abandoned to preserve his reputation. Every priest would wonder whether Curze had witnessed what happened after the shrine doors closed. The message did not need to prove that the Night Haunter saw everything. It needed only to make mankind uncertain that he did not. Lord Militant Hadric Morn had brought what remained of the reclamation host to defend the Shrine World. What remained was less than 8 billion soldiers. The number filled reports. It occupied columns of data and lines of neat script beneath stamps of approval. It did not show the men who had died vomiting their intestines after drinking contaminated water. It did not show the regiments left behind when troop ships translated without warning. It did not show the deserters hanged from loading cranes, the corpses stacked outside field hospitals, or the millions whose vessels had entered the warp and never emerged. 11,400,000,000 had answered the original muster. Battle had taken some. Disease had taken more. Hunger, madness, failed life support, and the Empyrean had claimed the rest. The survivors covered Sanctum Judicium. Trench lines cut across continents. Artillery emplacements surrounded shrine districts. Tank parks filled valleys once reserved for pilgrims. Defense lasers tracked the sky from cathedral roofs, while infantry divisions dug fighting positions through graveyards whose bones had been sacred before the soldiers arrived. The command hololith aboard the unyielding Doctrine displayed the deployment as a web of imperial runes. The Lion studied it in silence. Morn waited beside him, one hand resting upon the command rail. "You have distributed the host across every population center," the Primarch said, "every major shrine district. They are cities. On Sanctum Judicium, the distinction is ceremonial." The Lion enlarged the planetary display. Regiment markers surrounded hundreds of urban regions, linked by supply routes too long to defend and too crowded to move freely. "Your army is fixed in place." Morn's expression remained controlled. "If I abandon the shrine districts, panic will spread before the enemy lands. Then evacuate them. There are billions of pilgrims and citizens upon the world. Begin with those nearest the relay complexes, and permit the population to witness the evacuation of holy ground." The Lion looked at him. Morn continued before the silence became condemnation. "My lord, Curze has already convinced the corridor that Imperial protection invites attack. If we strip these cities and withdraw behind military lines, every surviving world will hear that the Shrine World was abandoned before battle. Better abandoned than encircled. Not to the ecclesiarchy, The ecclesiarchy does not command this war. No, it determines whether the men fighting it believe they remain the Emperor's soldiers. The lion's eyes narrowed. Morn had learned that the Primarch respected truth more than deference. The host has suffered losses that would have destroyed lesser armies, Morn said. Some regiments have not received pay, replacements, or word from their home worlds in years. They continue because they believe sanctum judicium matters. Remove that belief, and formations will begin dissolving before Curze fires a shot. The lion turned back to the hololith. And if you defend every shrine, we lose mobility. You lose the war. Perhaps. Morn's hand tightened upon the rail, but we lose it as an army rather than a mob. Their disagreement ended there. No threat followed, no assertion of divine blood. The lion issued orders to strengthen the relay complexes and preserve mobile reserves beyond the shrine districts. Morn retained responsibility for the continental defense. Both understood what Curze had accomplished. He had made military necessity an enemy of imperial faith. Decimus saw 3 futures more clearly than all the others. They returned whenever his eyes closed. In the first, the lion stood over Curze's body, while rain fell upon black stone. Fealty had opened the Night Haunter from collarbone to hip. Mercy and forgiveness lay shattered. Night Lords watched from the ruins and whispered that their father had chosen death again. His martyrdom became perfect. In the second, Curze held the lion's severed head above an army in midnight plate. The 8th Legion knelt as one. Warbands that had resisted every warmaster came to Tsagwalsa and placed their weapons at the feet of the only Primarch to slay a brother after returning from death. His victory became scripture. The third future shifted whenever Decimus attempted to follow it. Curze survived. The lion survived. The broadcast escaped into the dark, but its meaning altered as it traveled. Some worlds heard justice, some heard rebellion, some built shrines to Curze despite his prohibitions. Others used his edicts to justify purges, private wars and exterminations he had never ordered. The Night Haunter lived, yet lost possession of his own legend. Decimus found Curze within the stolen amplifier's central chamber. The machine filled a cathedral-sized hold aboard the Mercy's shadow. Blackstone pylons surrounded a throne of cables, needles, and psychic conductors. Servo arms hung above it, like the limbs of a waiting executioner. Human spinal cords floated inside glass tubes, each threaded with silver wire. Curze stood beneath them. "You have seen the battle," he said. Decimus removed his helm. "I have seen 3 endings. Only 3? 3 that endure." He described them. Curze listened without interruption. His face remained motionless when Decimus spoke of the lion killing him. It remained equally still when he heard of his brother's severed head. Only the third future drew a reaction. Curze smiled. "You lose control," Decimus said. "Control is a comforting word for men who have never possessed it. Your laws become excuses for other men's appetites. They always would. Worlds worship you. Then I kill their priests. They call the executions sacred." Curze walked around the throne, examining the needles. "And you believe this future is worse than death? You once chose death because you believed it proved you right. I chose the future I had already seen. You made yourself its prisoner." Curze's black eyes moved towards him. Decimus continued despite the warning. "If the lion kills you, you return to that prison. If you kill him, the Legion becomes another congregation chanting your name. The third path leaves you alive, but it denies you ownership of what follows." "Yes." Decimus stared at him. "You choose it." "I do." "Why?" Curze touched one of the waiting needles. "Because certainty already murdered me." The words were soft. "A predictable death is a cell. I built it from prophecy and entered willingly. I named the bars Vindication because I lacked the courage to admit they were bars." Decimus had never heard his father speak so plainly. Curze's smile returned, thin and corpse-like. Uncertainty is uglier, therefore it may contain truth. Kieran Val's infiltration force reached Sanctum Judicium beneath 1,000 different names. Mortal agents traveled inside pilgrim ships, heads shaved and bodies marked with devotional brands. Weapons were hidden within reliquaries containing genuine bones. Vox scramblers were sealed inside statues of saints. Melter charges entered the world beneath layers of incense and blessed cloth. Night Lord cells came inside ammunition transports bearing authentic Munitorum seals. One assault claw occupied the hollow interiors of macro shell crates. Another endured 3 days within the unpressurized holds of a corpse barge, surrounded by millions of bodies destined for Sanctum Judicium's rendering plants. Damaged vessels limped towards Imperial patrols, transmitting pleas for aid. The patrols rescued them. Crewmen opened their airlocks and found darkness waiting on the other side. Kieran entered the world aboard a pilgrim carrier named Mercy of St. Orlan. Its holds contained 40,000 faithful men gathered from systems across the Nihilus. They prayed through translation. They prayed when the food ran low. They prayed when passengers disappeared from the lower decks. By the time the carrier reached Sanctum Judicium, Kieran's warriors had replaced the bridge officers and converted the pilgrims into unwitting camouflage. Imperial patrol craft escorted them towards the orbital sanctum. Kieran watched through a hidden Auspex screen. "Defense monitor approaching," Cerebin said. "Let it scan. It may detect our armor. It will detect 40,000 living bodies, sacred cargo, and a reactor maintained by priests too incompetent to understand their own readings." The scan passed across the vessel. A warning rune flickered, then disappeared. The monitor transmitted a blessing and turned away. Kieran's helm grill gave a low rasp that might have been laughter. The faithful remain useful. Across the shrine world, infiltration cells marked void shield generators, defense command bunkers, artillery magazines, and choir sanctums. Some agents were discovered. They died without revealing the others. One swallowed a glass capsule and filled an interrogation chamber with nerve toxin. Another detonated his own spine implant, while an inquisitorial savant leaned over him. The majority remained hidden. They waited for the bells. Neril entered the amplifier chamber after Curze had departed. Varial stood beside the conductor throne, inspecting the neural needles. His gauntlets were slick with nutrient gel. Several servitors lay disassembled around him, their cranial tissue removed and connected to diagnostic engines. Neril looked at the throne. How long can a living subject survive? Varial did not turn. A baseline psyker would die before full resonance. An Astartes. Decimus is not merely an Astartes. That was not my question. Varial faced him. The psychic current will enter through the black carapace, spinal sockets, and cranial penetrators. His nervous system will become the bridge between the amplifier and every choir upon Sanctum Judicium. Will he survive? Possibly. Neril waited. Varial returned to his work. What does possibly mean? That his brain may burn slowly enough to complete the transmission. Neril looked at the silver needles. Does he know? He sees futures. That is not knowledge. No, Varial said. It is often worse. Neril found Curze upon the command deck. My lord. The Primarch did not acknowledge him. The amplifier may kill Decimus. I know. The simplicity of the answer struck harder than anger. He is your seer. He is my son. Neril's courage nearly failed. Then why sacrifice him? Curze turned from the tactical display to place fear in the hearts of trillions. Neril lowered his head before the Primarch could see the accusation within his face. Curze saw it regardless. You mistake affection for mercy, he said. The Imperium feeds thousands of psychers to the Emperor each day and calls the sacrifice holy. I require one. Does that make it just? No. The answer silenced Neril. Curze leaned close. "It makes it useful." Decimus heard. He entered the deck with his helm beneath one arm. "Is that why you returned?" Curze faced him. Charon's infiltration runes glowed between them upon the hololith. "To use us more efficiently? You were wasting yourselves. To save the Legion, then?" "I did not say that." Decimus stepped closer. "Did you return to save your sons, or only to prove that you were always right?" Mercy ignited. Blue-white lightning crossed the chamber. Curze seized Decimus by the throat and lifted him from the deck. The prophet's boots struck the hololithic projector, scattering the image of Sanctum Judicium into broken light. Every officer became still. Curze's claws hovered beneath Decimus's ribs. "You speak of motives as though men possess only one." Decimus choked against the grip. "You condemned us for lying to ourselves." The Primarch's face twisted. For one instant, Neral saw the creature from the resurrection chamber, the thing that had opened a warlord's skull with its hands. Then Curze stopped. His expression changed, not into mercy, but recognition. The question had wounded something deeper than flesh. He released Decimus. The prophet fell to one knee, dragging air into transhuman lungs. Curze deactivated mercy. "Prepare for the throne," he said. Decimus looked up. "You did not answer." "No." "Because you cannot?" Curze turned away. "Because the bells are beginning." Across Sanctum Judicium, every cathedral sounded at once. The first toll rolled over trench lines, tank parks, and pilgrim cities. Soldiers raised their heads. Priests abandoned sermons. Defense augurs filled with impossible numbers as the upper atmosphere erupted into fire. Millions of drop pods, landing craft, and assault boats descended through the burning sky. Imperial interceptors climbed to meet them. Orbital batteries fired until their barrels glowed. Ships died above the clouds, spilling men, ammunition, and wreckage across entire continents. The bells continued. Hidden Night Lord cells emerged from corpse barges, reliquaries, and ammunition depots. Charges detonated beneath command bunkers. Void shields flickered. Pilgrim ships opened their holds and released raptors into the orbital sanctums. Upon the bridge of the Mercy's shadow, Konrad Curze watched the world ignite. His voice entered every channel the Night Lords had corrupted. It passed through military vox, shrine speakers, emergency networks, and the mouths of servitors whose machine spirits had been taught to fear. "People of the Imperium," he said. The first drop pods struck the sacred soil. The sentence has commenced. Sanctum Judicium ceased to be a world and became a weapon. Its continents burned beneath artillery. Fire. Trench lines stretched from shrine cities to poisoned seas, cut through grave fields and pilgrim roads until the planet's surface resembled flesh, opened beneath a surgeon's knife. Billions of guardsmen crouched behind walls of mud, ferrocrete, and stacked corpses, while the heavens rained men, machines, and wreckage. The bells continued to toll. Their bronze voices rolled across battlefields where no living congregation remained to hear them. Each peal passed through smoke dense enough to turn noon into twilight. It shook dust from shattered basilicas and caused blood to tremble in the craters. Lord Militant Hadric Morn watched the invasion through a hololithic display already losing coherence. Entire armies had become flickering runes. The Western Continental Front reported contact across 6,000 kilometers. The southern defense zones had ceased transmitting in sequence, command post by command post, as though an invisible blade was severing the Vox network. Orbital batteries continued firing through debris fields so dense that their augurs could no longer distinguish enemy ships from falling wreckage. "Landing concentration in the Ashen Diocese," said General Artaban. Morn studied the descending formations. They were too obvious. Thousands of landers and drop craft crossed the same airspace beneath minimal fighter cover. Their transponder ghosts identified Night Lord's Legion elements, renegade armor, and mortal infantry. Curze wanted them seen. Basilisk groups Aureate and Martyr, Morn ordered. Full saturation. Manticore regiments to follow. Artaban transmitted the command. Across the Ashen Diocese, artillery crews received firing solutions. Basilisk Earthshaker cannon elevated behind kilometers of revetments. Loaders rammed shells into smoking breaches. Gunnery officers recited coordinates, while priests daubed sacred oils across recoil housings. "By quadrant," a colonel shouted. "Fire!" The horizon erupted. Thousands of guns discharged almost as one. The pressure waves shattered windows across distant shrine districts and knocked men flat inside trenches. Earthshaker shells climbed through the cloud ceiling, vanished into darkness, and descended among the landing zones. The first barrage struck with the violence of a planetary convulsion. Ground became fire. Landers broke apart before their ramps opened. Bodies, armor, and engine fragments rose inside columns of black soil. Men vanished by the company. Those beyond the immediate blast zone were torn apart by fragments, crushed beneath overturned transports, or buried alive when the ground collapsed beneath them. Manticore missiles followed. Warheads divided in flight, filling the sky with burning trails. Entire formations disappeared beneath rolling detonations. Surviving soldiers staggered through the bombardment without order, uniforms aflame, flesh hanging loose from broken limbs. Morn watched the casualty estimates rise. They rose too quickly. "Magnify," he commanded. The image resolved. The descending troops wore mismatched armor. Some carried autoguns. Others possessed rusted laslocks and captured rifles. Brands marked their faces. Explosive collars circled their throats. Slave soldiers, captured militia, human remnants gathered from worlds that had resisted the Night Lords and sent into the killing ground carrying false beacons. Artaban understood at the same moment. We are firing upon expendable formations. We are firing because he wished us to. Morn looked towards the ammunition projections. Whole artillery reserves had been committed to annihilating men Curze had already condemned. "Cease fire." The order traveled too slowly. Another barrage left the guns. The true attack came down behind them. Raptors fell from the storm clouds upon columns of flame. Warp talons descended beside them, armor surfaces splitting the air with impossible distortions. They materialized inside gun lines, between ammunition stacks and command dugouts, their claws already wet with blood that had not yet been spilled. Artillery officers died first. A raptor landed upon a basilisk command platform and drove both talons through the colonel's shoulders. He lifted the man from the deck, spread his arms, and tore him open across the chest. Ribs cracked outward. Lungs and heart dropped onto the gunnery charts. Another landed among manticore loaders. His chain blade entered one man beneath the ribs and climbed through the torso, throwing fragments of spine, liver, and armor across the missile rack. The propellant ignited. The first explosion consumed the vehicle. The second reached the ammunition bunker beneath it. Fire traveled through linked trenches faster than men could run. Shell stores detonated one after another. Earthworks rose in great waves, folding over entire regiments. Men vanished beneath thousands of tons of soil. Others were burned alive as propellant fire filled dugouts and oxygen shelters. The barrage lines became crematoria. A guardsman crawled from a collapsed trench with one leg missing and his uniform burning along the back. He dragged himself across the mud until a Night Lord stepped upon his spine. The legionary looked down. The man raised one hand. The Night Lord did not waste a bolt. He pushed until the spine broke beneath his boot, then moved on towards the next command bunker. Karen Val's armored spearhead entered the eastern front beneath the smoke of the artillery catastrophe. Land raiders advanced first, their hulls bearing layers of stolen heraldry beneath midnight paint. Predators followed with turrets turning through the haze. Corrupted Sicaran tanks moved between them, accelerator autocannon firing bursts that tore through Imperial armor before the defenders' targeting systems could lock. Kieran stood within the command compartment of a land raider, whose machine spirit hated him. Warning runes flashed across the tactical display. The Spirit refused to identify Loyalist vehicles as enemies. Neral had been forced to bypass its recognition cortex and feed firing orders directly into the weapon systems. "The bastion of St. Cast lies ahead," said Serevan. Its defense towers rose through the smoke, protected by overlapping fields of Lascannon and battle cannon fire. Imperial armor crowded the approaches. Tank traps and minefields sealed the direct route. Karen studied the map. "Leave it." Serevan turned his helm. "The bastion anchors the eastern line, which is why they expect us to strike it." Karen marked 3 routes behind the fortress: fuel convoys, field hospitals, a rail nexus carrying ammunition and replacement troops. "We do not break the wall," he said. "We remove what feeds it." The armored column turned north. Imperial commanders interpreted the movement as retreat. Tank companies pursued. Kieran allowed them to advance beyond the bastion's protective fire before Sicaran tanks emerged from concealment and opened their flanks. Accelerator rounds punched through Lehman Russ side armor. Turrets blew free. Crewmen burned inside sealed hulls. One tank commander forced open his hatch with his uniform aflame, climbed halfway out, and was cut in 2 by a Predator's autocannon. The Night Lords did not remain to finish every crippled vehicle. They moved around the burning tanks and struck the logistics routes. Fuel haulers exploded in chains of orange fire. Medical transports were overturned and opened with chain blades. Wounded guardsmen were dragged into the road and left where relief columns would be forced to drive over them. The rail nexus fell after 19 minutes. Karen ordered its bridges destroyed, its signal masters executed, and its surviving engines sent towards the Imperial rear, loaded with volatile promethium. The bastion of St. Cast remained unconquered. By nightfall, it possessed no fuel, no ammunition, and no route of evacuation. The defenders held their walls until the water failed. Then they began killing one another for what remained. At the center of the Continental Front, the Imperial line broke. 3 army groups had lost contact with one another. Refugee columns clogged the military roads. Night Lord's Vox interference issued contradictory orders in the voices of dead generals. Entire regiments withdrew into artillery lanes, where Imperial guns destroyed them before corrected codes reached the batteries. The Lion entered the collapse. He strode through smoke beneath the banner of the First Legion, the Emperor's shield raised against incoming fire. Dark angels advanced around him in disciplined ranks. Plasma weapons burned bright in the murk. Terminators moved at the front, storm shields locked, while guardsmen gathered behind them because there was nowhere else left to stand. A commissar saw the Primarch and began shouting until his ruined voice rose above the artillery. "The Lion walks! Hold, sons of the Emperor! Hold!" Men who had been fleeing stopped. Some fell to their knees. The Lion did not permit it. "Stand," he ordered. His voice carried through the Vox network and across the battlefield. "Form upon the armor. Mark your officers. Recover your weapons." A guardsman stared up at him, half his face covered in another man's blood. "My lord, the line is gone." "Then draw another." The Lion turned towards the breach. Night Lord's armor advanced through the burning remains of an Imperial regiment. Raptors moved ahead of the tanks, killing survivors and driving terrified men back towards their own formations. The Lion raised fealty. "First Legion," he said. "Advance." Dark angels opened fire. Plasma incinerators released burning suns into the traitor line. Midnight plate melted. A raptor became a white silhouette before exploding inside his own armor. Storm bolters hammered corrupted infantry into the mud. The Lion struck the first Predator with the Emperor's shield. Its frontal plate collapsed inward. The tank slewed aside. Fealty entered beneath the turret ring and cut through the ammunition feed. The explosion lifted the armored vehicle from the earth and threw burning wreckage across both armies. Guardsmen followed him through the breach. Men died around the Primarch in hundreds. Heavy bolter fire cut bodies apart at waist and shoulder. Tank shells buried platoons inside collapsing trenches. Yet the line moved forward, because the lion did not stop. He reached a shattered command bunker and stood upon its roof. "Artillery to revised coordinates," he ordered. "Armor groups turn south. Infantry formations advance by alternating companies. No pursuit beyond the Shrine Road." Officers repeated the commands. The army began to remember that it was an army. Several formations that should have dissolved held because they had seen a son of the Emperor bleed beside them. Farther west, a warhound Titan hunted retreating Night Lords across the ruins of a pilgrim city. The engine bore the name Faith Unbroken. Its turbo laser destroyed buildings in single flashes. Its plasma blast gun turned streets into glowing trenches. Each footfall crushed bodies, vehicles, and fragments of sacred statuary into the road. Curze watched from the top of a broken bell tower. The Titan's head turned towards him. Targeting beams touched his chest. He leapt before the weapons fired. The bell tower vanished. Curze crossed the distance through smoke and falling stone, landing upon the armored casing above the Titan's knee. Mercy cut a line through the plating. Forgiveness found a maintenance seam. The warhound lurched. Its princeps felt something crawling across the engine's body and ordered the Moderati to shake it free. The Titan pivoted, nearly falling as one foot crushed a retreating company beneath it. Curze climbed. Defensive mounts fired across the dorsal armor. Shells struck where he had been moments earlier. He moved before the machine completed each solution, seeing gunfire as memory before the guns discharged. He reached the spine. Both claws entered the dorsal plate. Adamantium opened beneath crackling power fields. Curze tore through armor, cabling, and heat shielding, then descended into the Titan while it continued walking. The first crewman he found tried to seal a pressure hatch. Curze pushed the door through him. The man became a red layer between metal surfaces. He entered the cockpit behind the command crew. The Moderatus turned and raised a pistol. Mercy removed his arm, shoulder, and half his chest. The second crewman died when Curze drove his face through the control lectern. Bone fragments buried themselves in the runes. The princeps remained wired into the throne, eyes wide beneath interface needles. "You cannot command her," he whispered. Curze looked into the Titan's forward oculus. An Imperial armored reserve advanced below. "I do not need to." He severed the princeps's spinal connections, but left the motor controls active. The warhound convulsed. Curze locked its stride, drove the reactor output beyond tolerance, and aimed the engine towards the reserve. Faith Unbroken ran. Lehman Russ tanks scattered. Some collided. Others fired upon the Titan without receiving authorization. Shells struck its legs and torso, but momentum carried it into the center of the formation. Curze leapt from the cockpit. The plasma reactor failed. The Titan became a sun. An entire armored brigade vanished beneath the blast. Chapter Master Acastian of the Haloed Wardens found Curze among the burning tanks. He came with 9 Terminator veterans, each wearing ivory plate covered in oath script. Thunder hammers and storm shields shone beneath the falling ash. Acastian raised his relic blade. Monster. Curze stood inside the black rain left by the Titan's death. Predictable. The lights failed. Not the sun. Not the fires. The Terminator's auto-senses. False runes flooded their visors. Squad markers moved in impossible directions. Acastian heard his warriors calling positions over the Vox, but the voices came from corridors, cathedrals, and battlefields that did not exist. "Maintain formation," he ordered. The first scream came from his left. Brother Helion vanished from the tactical display. They found his body standing upright, armor intact, except for the narrow opening where his helm had been torn away. His skull was missing. A second veteran fired at movement. Stormbolter rounds struck another Haloed Warden through the back. Curze had replaced their targeting identifiers. The formation dissolved by increments. One Terminator followed Acastian's voice into a ruined transit tunnel. The voice was false. Mercy opened him from groin to throat. Another saw Curze approaching and charged with his thunder hammer raised. Curze withdrew into darkness, drawing the veteran across a fractured floor. The weight of Terminator plate carried him through. He fell into a reactor trench and burned slowly, while his armor transmitted every cry. Acastian understood too late. Curze was not defeating courage. He was separating it from purpose. When the darkness lifted, the chapter master knelt among the bodies of his veterans. His sword arm had been removed. His storm shield lay broken beside him. Curze stood behind him. "You came in formation because doctrine promised safety," the Primarch whispered. "You advanced because courage promised victory. You died alone because both made you obedient." Acastian tried to rise. Curze pushed him down with one foot. "Remember that before you stop breathing." He left the chapter master alive. Acastian survived long enough to watch his warriors' bodies arranged around him, each facing a different false avenue of attack. The Black Legion struck the astropathic complex, while both Primarchs fought below. Their warships broke through damaged defense screens and launched assault craft towards the central relay towers. Black Legionaries descended beneath the Eye of Horus, intending to seize the amplifier for Abaddon before Curze could complete the transmission. Decimus sat within the conductor throne. Needles entered his skull, spine, and black carapace. Blood ran beneath his armor. Every choir upon the world screamed through him. He saw the Black Legion approach. He also saw the Lion's reserve formations waiting beyond the Western Relay District. Decimus opened a captured Imperial command channel. He transmitted coordinates to the Black Legion under Curze's cipher. At the same moment, he warned the Dark Angels that Night Lord's reinforcements were approaching the same location. Both forces believed him. Black Legion assault craft landed amid the Lion's reserve. Dark Angel's plasma fire met them before their ramps opened. Black Legion Terminators teleported into Loyalist gun lines. Night Lord's infiltrators triggered charges beneath both armies. The Relay District became a three-sided slaughter. Decimus felt every death as pressure behind his eyes. Then the amplifier reached full resonance. The broadcast began. Across the Imperium Nihilus, astropaths collapsed from their thrones. Vox arrays activated without command. Shrine screens filled with images of locked granaries, falsified tithes, mass graves, and officers ordering civilians abandoned. Governors heard their own voices confessing crimes spoken only in private. Judges saw names erased from ledgers. Priests watched Curze execute men who wore the same robes they did. Some worlds rioted before the transmission ended. Others surrendered to enemies that had not yet arrived. Governors began purging their administrations, executing ministers, household officers, and rivals in frantic attempts to prove innocence before the night. Haunter came. Curze's judgment crossed the dark. Decimus saw the future open. He saw the Lion upon his knees. He saw Curze standing above him with mercy and forgiveness buried in his chest. He saw the Lion die. Then he saw what followed. Black legionaries kneeling, demon princes bowing, traitor fleets turning towards the banner of a Primarch who had returned from death and slain his brother. Every power of chaos gathered around Curze, not because he loved them, but because victory had made him impossible to ignore. The 8th Legion became the spine of a new rebellion. The galaxy burned beneath a face as pale as a corpse. Decimus convulsed against the throne. The needles drove deeper. He understood that stopping the future might require ending the broadcast. It might require saving the Lion. It might require betraying the father, whose voice still thundered through his blood. For the first time, Decimus turned his sight away from fate and searched for a choice. The central astropathic cathedral burned from within. Its towers rose above Sanctum Judicium's capital like blackened fingers, their gilded pinnacles lost inside smoke and electrical storm. Imperial aircraft died around them. Night Lord's gunships swept between the spires, chased by Thunderhawks and interceptors, whose engines painted brief lines of fire across the dark. Orbital debris fell through the clouds in incandescent sheets. Each impact struck the city like a god's hammer, throwing towers down upon trenches already filled with the dead. The bells rang without rhythm. Some had cracked beneath bombardment, others told because their machine spirits had gone mad. Their voices collided above the capital, a broken litany accompanying the screams of millions. Lionel Johnson entered the cathedral through doors torn from their hinges. Interrogator Chaplain Mailer came behind him with 7 dark angels and 2 of the risen. Their armor bore the marks of the battle outside. Plasma burns had blackened bone-white ceramite. Blood filled the engraved letters of oath scrolls. One warrior carried a shattered arm bound against his chest by strips cut from a banner. The nave had become an abattoir. Astropaths remained strapped to iron thrones along both walls. Most were dead. Their shaved heads had burst around the neural crowns, leaving grey matter and blackened blood running down the carved stone. Others still breathed in shallow convulsions, mouths opening and closing around words spoken on worlds far beyond the Great Rift. Ruptured psychic conduits hung from the ceiling like severed veins. Blue fire moved through them. Burning incense rolled across the floor in heavy clouds, unable to conceal the odor of cooked flesh. The lion lifted fealty. Stay within sight. Mailer's skull helm turned towards a kneeling astropath. The man raised his ruined face. "Caliban," he whispered. Mailer stopped. The cathedral changed around him. For one instant, he no longer saw the dead choir or shattered pillars. He stood beneath a green sky while Caliban burned. Angels fought angels among falling stone. Men he had condemned reached for him through smoke, their faces hidden beneath hoods marked with the sword and wing. Then the vision broke. Mailer fired his bolt pistol. The astropath's head detonated against the throne. The psychic echo did not end. Each warrior entered his own memory. Brother Rathiel saw a chamber beneath the rock where a prisoner had died before revealing anything. Cadron heard the guns of Caliban and the voices of brothers who had called him traitor before he understood there were sides. A Terminator saw himself abandoning mortals during the fall of a hive, his mission accomplished, while thousands begged him to remain. The lion saw his father. The Emperor sat upon no golden throne. He stood as he had during the Great Crusade, radiant and distant, his expression unreadable. "You were always difficult to love," the Emperor said. The lion did not slow. "You are not my father." The image followed him between the pillars. "You left your sons to hatred. You are not my father. You woke too late." The lion turned fealty through the apparition. It came apart as smoke. The cathedral answered with laughter. Konrad Curze's voice passed through the walls, the floor, and the exposed nerves of the dying choir. "Still cutting at truths because you dislike the mouth that speaks. Them." The lion continued upward. The cathedral's summit lay beyond a spiral of sanctums, relay chambers and open galleries surrounding the primary choir vault. Curze had cleared a path through them. Bodies lined the route, not to guide the lion this time, but to form an audience. Imperial officers sat upright upon iron pews, their dead hands folded in their laps. Night Lords' corpses stood chained against pillars. Astropaths hung from the rafters, their cables drawn together into a single web leading towards the summit. Every surviving lens faced the same place. Every active Vox relay transmitted from it. Curze wanted the galaxy to watch. At the base of the final stair, the lion halted. "Remain here," he told his sons. Mailer looked past him into the darkness above. "My lord, he has prepared this for you." "Yes." "Then permit us to deny him the shape he desires." The lion turned. "He has already accounted for you." "And you?" "He has spent his life trying." The lion climbed alone. At the summit, the roof had been removed by orbital fire. The great rift filled the sky. Its impossible colors bled over the cathedral's stone, turning the broken altar into a stage beneath the wound in reality. Relay pylons surrounded it. Picked servitors hung from chains, their lenses trained inward. Psychic conductors hummed beneath the floor. Konrad Curze waited at the center. The nightmare mantle enclosed him completely. Its hooked edges were black with blood. Chains and flayed trophies stirred around his waist in the hot wind. The repaired breastplate bore the scar left by fealty upon the flayed cathedral. Mercy and forgiveness burned in his hands. "You came," Curze said. The lion stepped onto the platform. "You arranged the invitation carefully. I arranged the witness." The lion glanced towards the picked servitors. "Still afraid to die unseen?" Curze's smile showed darkened teeth. "Still pretending you understand me?" "I understand enough." "Do you?" Curze paced along the altar's edge. "You forgive now. That is new." The lion's face remained still. "The sons you once condemned walk beside you. Men you would have buried beneath the rock now wear your colors and speak your name. They answered my call. They betrayed you. Some did not. The truth was less convenient than the accusation." Curze laughed softly. "Sentiment has made you philosophical. Failure made me attentive." Curze's claws crackled. "You defend an imperium that feeds men into machines. An empire that burns worlds because a clerk misplaces a seal. A priesthood that worships our father as a god while his corpse consumes souls. I know what it has become, and you shield it. I shield those trapped within it. The distinction comforts you. It obliges me." Curze came closer. "We rebelled against less. We rebelled for different reasons. No, we rebelled because our father lied, used and abandoned us. You rebelled because you believed your worst vision entitled you to become it." For the first time, Curze's smile vanished. The lion raised fealty. "Changing before failure is wisdom. Changing after failure is survival. Refusing to change because the admission wounds your pride is cowardice." Curze lowered into a hunter's crouch. "You always did speak bravely when others were listening." The relay pylons brightened. Across the surviving network, worlds received the image of two Primarchs beneath a bleeding sky. Curze moved. Forgiveness struck first. The Emperor's shield caught the claw and filled the summit with white fire. Mercy swept beneath it, talons carving through the lion's side plate. Blood sprayed across the altar. Fealty answered. Curze twisted away before the blade reached him. The edge passed through chains and sliced a hooked trophy from the mantle. Curze drove one knee into the lion's wounded side, then hammered both claws against the shield. The lion slid backwards. Stone broke beneath his boots. Curze vanished into darkness, created by the failure of every lumen at once. The lion heard movement behind him. He turned. Nothing. Mercy emerged through the floor. The talons punched upwards beneath the lion's ribs, tearing through armor and flesh. Curze rose from a maintenance shaft below the altar, one arm buried in his brother's side. The lion grunted. Curze lifted him. "You learned restraint," the Night Haunter whispered. "I learned patience." The lion struck downward with the shield. Its rim smashed into Curze's elbow. Bone broke with a crack loud enough to reach the cathedral floor. Mercy tore free from the wound as Curze's arm folded backward. The lion landed, turned, and drove fealty towards his brother's heart. Curze moved before the thrust completed. He allowed the sword to pass beside his chest and caught the lion's wrist beneath forgiveness. The power talons closed around the shield arm. Metal screamed. The Emperor's shield began to pull away from the lion's grip. Curze planted one foot against his brother's chest and tore. The shield's locking brace snapped. Blood ran from the lion's gauntlet as the weapon shifted in his grasp. Curze laughed. Then the lion released it. The sudden absence of resistance threw Curze off balance. The lion caught him by the throat. He drove his forehead into Curze's face. The Night Haunter's nose collapsed. Black blood sprayed across both Primarchs. The lion struck again. Then he hurled Curze through a relay pylon. The structure broke around him. Psychic lightning discharged through the nightmare mantle. Curze convulsed as energy crawled across his armor, burning holes through ceramite and flesh. He rose before the debris settled. His broken arm already moved. The lion retrieved the Emperor's shield. Curze attacked before he could secure it. The duel crossed the summit and descended into the relay galleries. Curze struck from concealment, through walls and beneath fallen machinery. Hidden blades released from the mantle's vambraces. Traps collapsed pillars behind the lion and tore sections of floor away beneath him. The lion endured. He stopped pursuing every feint. He allowed Curze to circle. He accepted shallow wounds, rather than exposing himself to killing blows. He gave ground when pride demanded advance, and attacked when prophecy expected retreat. Their blood marked the cathedral. Mercy opened the lion's shoulder. Fealty cut through Curze's thigh. Forgiveness tore 3 fingers from the lion's gauntlet. The Emperor's shield crushed half the Nightmare Mantle's gorget into Curze's collarbone. The Night Haunter recoiled. The lion stepped inside the claws. His shield struck Curze's chest once, twice. The second blow caved the mantle inward and drove broken armor into the Primarch's lung. Curze spat blood and smiled through it. The lion thrust fealty. The blade entered Curze beneath the left breast, passed through a lung, and emerged from his back in a burst of blood and shattered ceramite. Curze sagged upon the sword. The relay lenses magnified the image. Across the Nihilus, those few networks still functioning saw the lion standing over his impaled brother. Curze gripped the blade with his unbroken hand. Yes, he breathed. The lion saw triumph in his eyes, not the triumph of victory, the triumph of fulfillment. Far below, Decimus reached the relay controls. His nervous system still burned from the amplifier throne. Blood leaked from his ears and nose. Each step sent lightning through his spine. The cathedral's psychic echoes tore at him, showing futures faster than his mind could name them. He saw Curze die. He saw the image travel. The Night Lords gathered around their murdered father's memory. Warbands that had doubted fell to their knees. Black Legion captains cursed the lion and swore vengeance. Demons whispered that Curze had foreseen his death twice and accepted it twice. Martyrdom restored what resurrection had broken. Curze had rebuilt the stage, a brother as executioner, a galaxy as witness, a death presented as proof. Decimus stared at the control throne. Kieran entered behind him with Serevan and 6 captains. Their armor was scorched from the battle. One captain carried no weapon because both hands had been severed. Another dragged a failing leg whose armor leaked blood with every step. "The summit?" Kieran asked. "Our father is losing. Then we reinforce him." "No!" Kieran raised his bolter. Decimus turned towards the relay controls. "He intends to die." The chamber became silent, except for the distant duel. "He did not return to escape his martyrdom," Decimus said. "He returned to perfect it." Kieran's helm lenses narrowed. "Open the feeds," he ordered. Decimus did. The image appeared above the controls. Curze hung upon fealty, smiling while the lion held the blade. Kieran understood. The captains behind him understood more slowly. Their Primarch was spending the Legion. Every dead cruiser, every wasted warband, every conquered world, and every sacrificed son had purchased an audience for his death. One captain snarled, "He would make us mourners again." Another lowered his chain blade. "He would leave us to Abaddon." Decimus placed both hands upon the control altar. Warning sigils flared. "The surviving choir will die if the network is severed under full resonance." Kieran looked at the image. "Our father already counted them among the dead." Decimus drove his hands into the controls. The relay network screamed. Astropaths died across the cathedral. Psychic conduits burst, spraying burning fluid and fragments of cooked nerve tissue. Picked servitors tore free from their chains as feedback ruptured their skulls. The image of the Primarchs vanished from thousands of worlds. At the summit, Curze's head snapped towards the dead lenses. "No." The word carried through the cathedral. Decimus opened the Vox. "A death unseen vindicates nothing." Curze tore himself from fealty. The sword ripped sideways through his lung, opening his chest in a flood of blood. He fell, caught himself upon one claw, and looked down through the broken galleries. Murder transformed his face. Decimus. The Night Haunter leapt from the summit. He descended through shattered floors, using pillars, hanging chains and broken conduits as handholds. His wounded body moved with impossible speed. Blood followed him in a dark rain. Karen raised his bolter. "Stand." The captains formed beside him. Curze landed before them hard enough to crack the floor. Mercy ignited. "You deny me," he said. Decimus stepped forward. "I deny your certainty." Curze attacked. Karen intercepted him. His chain blade met Mercy and exploded into fragments. Curze's backhand hurled him across the relay chamber. Ceramite split when he struck the wall. Seravan fired. Bolts detonated across the nightmare mantle. The other captains joined him. Curze vanished behind explosions, then emerged among them. He removed one captain's head. He opened another from shoulder to abdomen. A third lost both arms before Curze kicked him into the control altar. They did not retreat, not from courage, not from loyalty to Decimus. They had finally understood that their father's obsession threatened the only thing they valued more than his approval: the Legion's survival. The lion entered the chamber. Fealty dripped with Curze's blood. Enough. Curze turned. The remaining captains backed away, wounded and breathing hard through their vox grills. The lion could have struck. Curze stood injured, one arm broken, one lung pierced. His armor collapsed around his chest. Mercy flickered. Forgiveness no longer ignited. The lion lowered fealty. Curze stared at him. "Do it." "No." "Coward." "No." Curze advanced one step. "Michenne proved what I knew." The lion's expression did not change. "She proved only that you chose the death you had already seen. She fulfilled fate. You arranged it. I accepted truth. You submitted to it." Curze's lips peeled back from his teeth. The lion pointed fealty towards the dead relay lenses. "You returned from the death you called immutable. Your existence disproves the certainty you worshipped." Curze shook his head. "No." "Your most sacred truth failed." "No." "And now you seek to die again, because living demands that you admit it." Curze screamed. The sound ruptured lumens and drove mortal attendants to their knees throughout the lower cathedral. Then the demolition charges activated. The first explosion destroyed the western choir vault. Stone, bodies, and psychic machinery erupted through the nave. The second charge broke the cathedral's foundation. Towers shifted above them. Bells fell through collapsing floors, crushing soldiers and refugees in chambers below. Curze smiled through his rage. "I saw every path out." He vanished into a maintenance fissure as the ceiling descended. The lion seized Decimus. Kieran dragged Seravan from beneath. Fallen machinery. Surviving dark angels entered through the collapsing galleries, firing grapnels and cutting paths through burning conduit. The cathedral died around them. Psychic engines tore themselves apart. Choir chambers imploded. Feedback crossed Sanctum Judicium's relay network and killed millions connected to shrine terminals, vox nexuses, and astropathic stations. Men burned from within. Entire congregations fell dead without visible wounds. The capital's communications vanished. Then the silence spread across the region. When the survivors emerged beneath a sky filled with ash, the astropathic cathedral had become a mountain of burning stone. The lion looked towards the ruins. Curze was gone. Decimus stood beside Kieran, blood covering the lower half of his face. Behind them, the bells of Sanctum Judicium fell silent one by one. No voice crossed the dark. No witness remained to declare what the Primarch's survival meant. Sanctum Judicium remained in Imperial hands. That was the official truth. The Aquila still flew above the surviving bastions. Astra Militarum regiments continued to occupy the capital's ruins. Dark Angel's gunships circled the broken astropathic cathedral, while Mechanicus salvage cohorts crawled through the wreckage, gathering fragments of scorched blackstone and dead choir machinery into lead-lined reliquaries. No Night Lord's banners remained upon the world. No traitor fleet held orbit. No enemy army stood upon the sacred plazas. The Imperium had won. Lord Militant Hadric Morn repeated those words while standing above a table covered in casualty ledgers. He repeated them because the alternative was not permitted to exist. The command vault beneath the unyielding doctrine had survived the last orbital bombardment, though half its lumen globes had failed and blood still stained the floor where a collapsing relay conduit had crushed 3 staff officers. Servitors moved among the cogitator banks on broken tracks, their limbs dragged behind them. Their parchment reels had run out days earlier, forcing logisticians to write casualty totals upon the backs of devotional banners. Morn read every number. More than 4 billion Astra Militarum troops dead, missing or rendered incapable of service. Entire army groups had ceased to answer. 4 Titan maniples had been destroyed or abandoned. 12 Knight households had lost the majority of their engines. Naval losses remained impossible to confirm because dozens of ships had translated during the final battle and never reappeared. Civilian deaths had no reliable total. Sanctum Judicium's capital alone contained mass graves large enough to alter the course of rivers. Shrine districts burned for weeks. Corpse recovery crews opened collapsed shelters and found walls coated in grease where bodies had cooked together in sealed heat. Pilgrim boulevards had become avenues of bones, the flesh eaten by chem smoke, carrion vermin, and starving survivors. More than 100 worlds had stopped answering Imperial command. Some communications arrays had died with the cathedral. Others had deliberately fallen silent. Several governors had executed their astropaths, burned their administratum records, and declared emergency sovereignty rather than risk Curze learning what lay within their archives. One agri-world had slaughtered every tithe official upon its surface. Another had sealed its nobles inside food silos and opened them to the starving population. 2 shrine worlds had begun preaching that the Night Haunter's judgment heralded the Emperor's displeasure. The enemy had withdrawn. The Imperium had won. Morn lowered his stylus. General Artaban waited across the table. His once immaculate uniform was now faded, patched and scorched along one sleeve. A bandage covered the place where his left ear had been. He had lost 3 sons during the campaign, though Imperial record listed only 1, because the other 2 had served under assumed names to escape the weight of their father's rank. "What designation shall be entered?" Artaban asked. Morn looked at the campaign summary. Strategic victory, tactical victory, Pyrrhic victory. None were honest, none were sufficient. "Imperial victory," Morn said. Artaban's remaining eye tightened. "My lord." "Record the Gethsema corridor as contested. Sanctum Judicium remains under lawful authority. The enemy's primary broadcast engine has been destroyed. His attempt to seize the Shrine World has failed. More than 100 systems have ceased compliance. They remain Imperial systems. If they no longer obey, they remain Imperial." Morn's voice hardened. The general bowed his head. Morn signed the declaration. The stylus moved across parchment made from the skin of executed deserters. Ink gathered in the grooves, black and permanent. Victory. The word would be transmitted wherever the surviving networks could carry it. Priests would preach it. Remembrancers would carve it into memorial walls. Governors would repeat it while strengthening their bodyguards and opening secret negotiations with the Night Lords. Admitting defeat would fracture what remained. Therefore, the Imperium had won. Lionel Johnson ended the lie 3 days later. He did not contradict the declaration of victory. He made it irrelevant. The Primarch stood upon the highest surviving platform of the central relay complex, surrounded by shattered statues and the burned remains of astropathic conductors. His armor had been repaired only enough to seal its wounds. Fealty hung at his side. The Emperor's shield remained scorched and gouged where mercy and forgiveness had struck it. Every surviving Imperial pict recorder faced him. Morn watched from below with Maelor, Artaban, and the senior officers of the reclamation host. The Lion spoke without sermon or ceremony. "Konrad Curze lives." Static passed through the damaged relay. Across the Imperium Nihilus, the words reached fleet captains, governors, chapter masters, and inquisitorial conclaves. Some received only the first name. Some heard the whole sentence repeated through dead Vox networks hours after the transmission ended. The Lion continued. "The enemy commanding the 8th Legion is no demon wearing a dead face. He is no clone, no impostor, and no psychic deception. I fought him upon Sanctum Judicium. I knew him." Mela watched the assembled officers. Several made the sign of the Aquila. Others simply stared. The Lion did not offer comfort. "He has returned changed, but he remains my brother. His methods are deliberate. His armies are divided but increasingly disciplined. He seeks neither random slaughter nor service to the ruinous powers. He seeks dominion through terror and calls that dominion justice." The declaration passed beyond Sanctum Judicium. Inquisitors who had prepared to dismiss the Night Haunter as enemy propaganda burned their denials before they could be issued. Administratum adepts copied the Lion's words onto sealed scrolls. Astropaths screamed them into the dark. Fear traveled farther than Curze's damaged broadcast. Worlds that had never seen a Night Lord's vessel began enforcing curfews. Governors ordered audits of granaries, armories, and tithe records. Judges destroyed evidence. Priests searched congregations for hidden cults of the Night Haunter. The Lion had told the Imperium the truth. The truth served Curze. Far beyond the Great Rift, Robout Guilliman received the report in a strategium lit by the blue glow of 1,000 campaign displays. The Indomitus Crusade stretched across the stars around him. Fleet groups fought wars separated by decades of uncertain communication. Tyrannid tendrils consumed worlds along one frontier. Orc empires gathered upon another. Necron dynasties awoke beneath systems mankind had claimed for millennia. The archenemy pressed against every weakness opened by the rift. Guilliman read the Lion's testimony twice. He read Morn's casualty declaration. He read the fragmentary records of Gethsemar, Alecto, and Sanctum Judicium. Then he dismissed every officer except his closest strategists. "Confirm the source," he ordered. "It bears the Lion's personal cipher," said the chief Lexicanium adept. "That confirms the sender. Confirm every supporting record. It may require months. Then begin." Guilliman looked towards the star map. The Gethsemar corridor lay beyond reliable reach. Routes through the Great Rift appeared and vanished according to storms no navigator could predict. Sending force into the Nihilus meant weakening fronts already close to collapse. Doing nothing would allow Curze's realm to grow. "Redirect Crusade Group Invictus," Guilliman said. "Detach long-range reconnaissance squadrons from the Cadian relief routes. Every officio assassinorum, asset capable of operating beyond stable astropathic support, is to be considered for deployment." A Lord Commander stepped forward. "My Primarch, Invictus contains reserves assigned to the Mordian front." "I know. Removing them may surrender 3 systems." "I know." The words sounded tired rather than angry. Guilliman's gaze remained fixed upon the dark half of the galaxy. Curze does not need terror. He needs uncertainty. Every world that doubts our reach strengthens him. The Lord Commander bowed. "And the Lion? He will hunt. Do we reinforce him?" Guilliman was silent for a long moment. Yes. He knew what the order meant. Fleets changed course. Intelligence networks turned their attention towards the Nihilus. Assassins entered stasis crypts aboard ships bound for uncertain routes. Worlds elsewhere would fall because resources had been moved. Curze altered the Imperium without conquering another planet. Within the Eye of Terror, the message reached the vengeful spirit. Ezekiel Abaddon listened from his throne, while the Black Legion warlords stood beneath banners stitched from the standards of defeated enemies. The sealed reliquary containing Volcar Thane's flayed skin rested upon the steps before him. The message carved into it remained visible. I have already served one war master. Abaddon had not destroyed the relic. He kept insults that deserved repayment. A sorcerer finished recounting the battle upon Sanctum Judicium. Black Legion forces had failed to seize the astropathic complex. Several commanders had died fighting Dark Angels after false coordinates led them into Loyalist reserves. Surviving vessels reported that Curze had escaped. Abaddon rested one gauntlet upon Drachnion's hilt. "The eighth will fracture," said one warlord. "It always does." "Not enough," Abaddon replied. "He rejects the gods. So have many before accepting their chains. He rejects your authority." Abaddon's eyes moved towards the speaker. The legionary lowered his gaze. Curze was too powerful to ignore, too independent to trust, too dangerous to leave outside the Long War's command. The return of a Primarch changed allegiance into symbolism. Traitors who despised the Black Legion might kneel to a Gene Father. Warbands that laughed at Abaddon's titles might gather beneath the winged skull. Curze's hatred of chaos would not prevent chaos from using the terror surrounding him. "Prepare the bringers of despair," Abaddon ordered. "Summon every captain who fought the Eighth before the rift opened. Identify their supply worlds, gene vaults, and mortal agents." A champion smiled behind a horned helm. "For Alliance?" Abaddon looked at the preserved skin upon the steps. "For inevitability." The Night Lords broke apart after Sanctum Judicium. Warbands devoted to the gods fled first. They had watched Curze condemn mutation and worship. They had seen him kill demon-tainted captains and reject Abaddon's offer. The cathedral proved that even his own sons might turn against him. Ships vanished from the gathered fleet without challenge. Demon-haunted frigates translated without clearance. Captains stole ammunition, slaves and armor before abandoning the corridor. Several warbands declared Curze an imposter only after reaching distances where his claws could not immediately answer. Others remained. Veterans who remembered Nostramo remained because no living warlord had ever made them feel like legionaries rather than scavengers. Younger warriors remained because Decimus had defied a Primarch and survived. Some remained from loyalty. More remained from fear. Curze permitted the departures. Kieran watched the fleeing vessels vanish from the strategium of the Mercy's shadow. "Pursuit groups are ready," he said. Curze stood before the hololith, his repaired armor still open across the chest. Varial's work had sealed the ruined lung and set the broken arm, but the Primarch refused stasis or rest. Dark sutures crossed his pale flesh. Beneath them, muscle moved as the wound rebuilt itself. "No pursuit," Curze said. "They take Legion weapons. They take damaged ships, unstable reactors, and fear. They will join Abaddon." "Yes." Kieran waited. Curze looked towards him. "The weak flee towards whatever promises protection. Follow them later, and they will lead us to their masters." Kieran understood. Curze was not losing deserters. He was releasing bait. Decimus entered the strategium without weapons. Kieran turned towards him. Neither had been summoned since the cathedral. Neither expected forgiveness. Curze regarded them in silence. Neril stood among the mortal officers at the chamber's edge, trying to make himself smaller than his shadow. Every Night Lord present understood what punishment might look like. Some had wagered on dismemberment. Others believed Curze would force Decimus back into the amplifier until his mind burned away. The Primarch descended from the command dais. He stopped before Kieran. "You raised your weapon against me." "Yes." "You gathered captains to do the same." "Yes." "Do you regret it?" Kieran considered lying. "No." Curze smiled. He moved to Decimus. "You silenced my judgment. I silenced your death. You denied me vindication. I denied you repetition. Mercy's talons remained folded against Curze's gauntlet. You betrayed me," he said. Decimus met his gaze. "Yes." The chamber held its breath. Curze turned away. "Useful." No one spoke. He looked back towards them. Obedience would have allowed me to die as I died before. Your betrayal forced another future. Karen's voice emerged as a low rasp. Are we pardoned? No. Then what are we? Necessary. Curze returned to the dais. Do not mistake usefulness for safety. The conquered corridor changed shape around him. It became a permanent realm, though no charter proclaimed it, and no coronation named its ruler. The Night Empire spread across worlds linked by fear, trade routes, and execution orders. Governors remained upon their thrones when their obedience proved reliable. Administratum systems continued functioning beneath new overseers. Imperial shrines were not universally destroyed. Most were left standing because worship kept populations docile. Curze's law did not bring freedom. It brought predictability. Every world became a prison, whose walls were the belief that the Night Lords might arrive without warning. Private armies disappeared. Tithe fraud became rare. Curfews were enforced by planetary soldiers who feared Curze more than rebellion. Execution towers rose above capitals. Public trials occurred beneath picked recorders. Whole districts vanished when insurgents found shelter within them. The Night Lords became more dangerous. Armories were centralized. Ammunition was rationed according to campaign need. Captains who wasted bolt shells massacring unarmed populations found their magazines emptied and their command transferred to rivals. Gene seed was counted. Jump packs were repaired rather than hoarded. Intelligence networks spread through pilgrim routes, merchant guilds, prison transports, and administratum offices. Mortal agents recorded crimes, grudges, shortages, and military weaknesses years before Night Lords' fleets entered a system. Every atrocity required purpose. A governor might be flayed to compel surrender from 3 worlds. A city might be burned to silence rebellion across a sector. A single clerk might die screaming over the Vox because his death proved that no rank was too small for Curze to notice. Wasteful slaughter became a punishable offense. The punishment was never merciful. Months after Sanctum Judicium, Curze stood before a star map aboard the Mercy's shadow. The Lion's new campaigns burned across it in emerald lines. Dark Angel's fleets moved through the Nihilus, reinforcing threatened systems and hunting the 8th Legion's outer warbands. Guilliman's redirected Crusade forces appeared as distant blue markers beyond the rift. Black Legion movements formed a tightening band of gold around the corridor. Enemies gathered from every direction. Decimus stood beside his father. Do you still see your death? Curze regarded the map. Thousands. Which is true? All of them. And which will you choose? The Primarch smiled. None yet. He raised one claw and drew it across the stars. I will force the galaxy to suffer every possible future before I select the one that pleases me. The fleet turned towards the dark. Across the Night Empire, warning sirens sounded. Governors abandoned sleep. Judges burned records. Priests silenced congregations. Men locked their doors and extinguished their lumens, though every citizen knew darkness belonged to the 8th Legion. One world went black, then another. Across thousands of systems, lights died beneath the stars. And somewhere within that artificial night, Konrad Curze began to hunt.